everyone, this is your OG, and we're back here on it is the end of day 5. 11 a.m. Today is the completion of day 5, meaning we're exactly halfway through the alpha testing, and we have 5 more days to go. So we are going to do a quick little recap, and then we are going to go hero hunting. We only had about 250 energy left. And so I figured we'd do 25 runs and see what we get for Legos. And then I also saw in the Discord that Simon mentioned a cheeky drop of energy, so we'll see what we get. We won't use it all for heroes, but that'll give us some other content to watch. All right, so starting out, we are jumping into the game. Let's have an idea of where I'm at. Okay, so these are all the imprints that, I've got in here. Extractions, I'm not doing too much of that. Let's go into here. I've got 3 grails now. So this is up to, did I put it up? Yeah. So it's up from the first one to 10, then to 20. So I've pulled 3 grails in total. I'll need to pull, I think, 3 more to fully max it out. This is a big one, Mjolnir. Gain 300 initial divinity. This is on my Aphrodite, and she just literally has her ultimate constantly. Anytime, she always has it. So anytime we get a turn, she can put it on, and it boosts everyone else's ultimate. So you put her with someone like Hercules, who after 12 ultimates does 60% his HP damage more. Like, you're gonna do some serious stuff. We got the A10, we got Solar Flare, we got Drax Blood Sword, we got the Ame no Nuhoko, which looks pretty cool, the Thunderbolt, the World Splitter. This one's really nice, the Sharura of Shinigami, and I have Shinigami's imprint on it. Instantly defeat an enemy if they have less than 5% HP after attacking. Now, I guess there's a known bug that if you put the weapon on the hero and then you imprint it, which is how I've been doing all of them, then it's not working. You're not getting the imprint. So that would explain why I thought I should have been doing better than I was. Maybe it wasn't. All my imprints that I'm doing aren't working. So the way to do it so that it will work right now, and what I'll be doing going forward, is I will have the weapon not on anyone like this. I will imprint it with something from here, and then I will put it onto the hero. And that's the way to do it, so that the imprint will actually take effect. As you can see, I have quite a bit of weapons and imprints that are already very leveled up and have imprints and all this other stuff. So, whoops. No wonder why I wasn't making it through stuff that I thought I should have been, but we've definitely captured all the weapons that we've seen so far, and I think they're all of them. I have that plus all the gear sets that we've seen so far coming out here very soon. So you look for that. I'll probably do a video today or tomorrow on all the gear sets we've seen. 3 or 4 gear sets that we knew about are not in alpha, it looks like, but about 28 gear sets in total. All right, so let's jump over to the hero area. So I have my Heimdall. Now I'm looking for this 3rd awakening to put ward on him. Ward blocks damage for 4 turns, so I want that badly. Drac has his 3rd. Aphrodite has her 3rd. I could use some more Herculeses, as we all could. Gilgamesh is fully done out. 1 more for Mordred would be really helpful. Green Knight is fully, Achilles is fully, and then we have Zeus. I'm building up Zeus. He's actually pretty awesome. And so, yeah, so we got Zeus coming up. I've been building an Osiris, trying to use him to beat 142, which is such a huge, giant pain in the ass. But if you look at this, the reason I picked Osiris to try to beat Shamash and really Heimdall and any defender that puts a lot of buffs up is he puts Curse. He has a 50% chance to place Curse on the target for 2 turns. What does Curse do? 50% reduced incoming healing and a 50% chance to block revive when killed. Well, in 142, you have Herc, who gives himself his own revive. Perhaps you can block that, which would be nice. Also, anyone you kill, not Shamash, immediately is revived by Shamash. So this is what I'm looking at as a way to possibly get the right luck and block revive on Shamash and be able to, that's just wave one. That's just wave one. But this is the direction I'm looking in. Also, he places Phoenix, so he'll instantly revive on death. Osiris is looking like one of the sneaky, important heroes for beating the 140 levels. He's a brawler. He's wisdom, so that's interesting. I've got him with the Heka, which is Heka good. Gains 7% of current HP as attack, so that's cool. Like, let's say you have 100,000 HP. We don't, but let's say you had 100,000 HP. 7% would be 7,000 HP would turn into attack. That's a lot of attack, right? So cut it in half, 5,000. That's 3,500 attack. That's still a good amount of attack on top of your attack stats you might build. I've seen over 5,000 easy. I think, let me see what my top attacker is. That's 36, 1, 3,000. Raw's 33. I thought I had gotten over 5 with someone, but maybe not. Maybe I haven't farmed enough. 4,000 with YDG, and he's not even, he's only an 8, level 8 gear with no weapon, because I didn't know what I wanted to put on him just yet, but I was building him out. I've got Quetzalcoatl is the next one I'm going to be 6-starring. I was just building up the 40s to get it up. And then if you notice, all I've done in order to manage the large number of heroes is the ones I want to keep, or the ones I do want to have one good copy of, I'm fully 5-star awakening it with all the copies that I get extras of. This right here, off topic, but this is my common hero that I'm choosing to ramp up for a number of the 2-star challenges. So why Satyr? Why would I choose Satyr out of all of the common heroes? And here you are with Hoplite. Hoplite was my first choice, honestly, because he puts a bleed on his A1, but it's a 10% chance for the bleed. So I kind of now you can do some things with gear sets and gear set bonuses and things like that, maybe even his weapon and imprinting to improve that 10% chance. But when you have Achilles, who does a much better job on his basic of putting bleeds, or Drac, or Voltkalok does 2 stacks of bleeds on his basic, so I just don't think Hoplite is the way to go. We did feature it in our Bloody Good team, but we didn't know about Achilles. We didn't know about any of the other bleed. We knew Voltkalok, we knew Lady Zoc, we knew Hoplite, we knew Drac, but we did not know Achilles, which I think is a key piece to it, because he also, on his ultimate, takes off the bleeds and does a multiplier based on that, just like Drac in the similar sense. So Brazilian Archer is an attack hero. I for a low level, like a common and uncommon, I would prefer to have a defender or a brawler, something that's already a little tanky, because it's going to be so hard to build them out and have them survive, and most of the 2-star challenges require that they are living at the end. So my goal was to pick one that I could build out very tanky, or look for one with a very interesting kit. Now, Jackal has got some interesting stuff with some of the other Aru there's some like faction-specific synergies that are going on. So that's cool with like Anubis and Jackal, and so they're in every faction basically. There's some in every faction. Knight is a good option, I think. He's very, very tanky. I think you could build Knight. Mummy is a brawler that actually hits pretty hard. I think you could build a Mummy. Shublu Gal is a great defender and puts a block or something like that. Let's see if we have Shub. Where are we? There's Shub. So Shub puts Radiance, which is healing. So it heals by 10% of the attack damage received. Okay. Oh, I'm sorry. It reduces and reflects. That's reflect damage. 10% of the damage received. Okay. So he puts that out. He puts attack down. Although that's a little counterintuitive because if you're reflecting for a high amount, you want to push back as much as you can. By putting attack down, you're reducing the amount that reflect, but I guess you'll survive too. And then lastly, he puts Stalwart, which blocks all disables. Now, he's still open to debuffs, but the disables, the things that are going to keep him from taking turns, will not, they'll be blocked. It's like a block buffs. When an enemy attempts to disable it, that ticks down on it. He gains divinity when hit by an enemy, so he doesn't have to go fast. Every time they hit him, he gets closer to his ultimate, and that puts Stalwart on him and keeps him free of any disables that might stop him. So Shub Lugal is actually a really good uncommon that I think you could build. Shield Maiden is not bad. She has the highest defensive stat of any of the commons and uncommons, so, and one of the higher HPs. So you could, and res, so you could definitely build her tanky enough, I'm sure, to survive and to do any of the 2-star challenges that require a common or an uncommon to do. Berserker is a brawl slayer. Sorry, turn meter, some extra turn functions. Buffs himself with sharpen, which is raises crit damage stats. So he's a heavy hitter. He's trying to go a lot and hit pretty hard each time. But I didn't want to choose a damage dealer and try to build it to keep him alive. I wanted to pick, like I said, a defender. So those two were out. This is the composite bowman, a slayer, again, damage dealer, triple hitter. So that's useful. Attacks all enemies with an additional critical chance and gains when damaging an enemy. So every time he damages them, I guess, he gains 15. But again, I didn't want a damage dealer. I didn't want to try to keep them alive. This is Nubian Warrior, another Slayer. So again, wasn't trying to keep him alive. Attacks an enemy with additional crit hit chance, so you don't have to build as much crit hit chance to crit cap. And you can add more crit damage. Long cooldowns on this one. Quick draw, 3-hitter with additional critical hit chance, so you don't have to have as much. Each critical hit increases the hero's turn meter by 5%, so it helps him get around to his skills faster. And then the ultimate. Well, that's interesting. I didn't think. Oh, he's an uncommon. That's why they have ultimates. The commons do not have ultimates. Grants an extra turn if it defeats an enemy. I'm not sure 102 if you're going to be able to build him with enough attack to actually kill people. He's got 95 speed, so he's above average, and 87 initiative is about average. So for an uncommon, that's good. But I didn't want to build the Nubian Warrior. Now, Nemean Lion is actually a really interesting one. As a defender, and he's got some interesting parts to his kit. First, he puts an attack down, and the multiplier for his basic is defense and attack. He hits twice. Each time has a 30% chance to place attack down. That puts a 20% attack reduction stat, or reduction to their attack stat. Then here, now it does have a 6-turn cooldown, but he places ward, and this makes you immune to attack damage. It's a block damage, and he puts it on for 2 turns. Now, it's a 6-turn cooldown, but as we'll see here, you can get it down to a 4-turn cooldown on this uncommon hero. Really a pretty useful block damage. So this is another easy choice, I think, if you want to build, Shub Lugal or the Nemean Lion, or in my case, or Spartan is another one you could possibly build with good HP and defense and just make them tanky. Knight is also similar to that, or Mummy. But Nubian Warrior, I didn't really see it. Brazilian Archer, didn't see it. Berserker, didn't see it. Desert Raider, nah. Let's see, did we have Jackal? Don't. So Knight is here. Attacks an enemy, heals this hero by 25% of the damage dealt, increases his heal by 100% if the target is chaos. So that can be huge in the right matchups. 2,000 HP is very high for an uncommon. 90 defense is alright. Speed is low. Initiative is low. Okay res, so you can make him tanky and resistant. That is Knight. Then you have Mummy here. Mummy, 1600 HP is not bad. He's a brawler, so 103 attacks. You can see it's gonna be, you're gonna be able to build him pretty tanky, slow. Decent initiative. You can get him around to his ultimate faster, and good res. Attack one enemy. It's got an HP and attack, dual multiplier as a brawler, destroys max HP by 10% of damage. So between this hero, the Mummy, and Shinigami, those are both heroes we see with a max HP destruction. Also, I think possibly Sphinx might have something along those lines. Core, 5-turn cooldown, attacks one enemy, multiplier of HP and attack, 3-hitter. Each hit has a 35% chance to put a drain 1 on the target for 1 turn. So in a perfect world, you could put 3 drain 1s. Drain 1, damage from attacks is increased by 10%. So it's kind of like weaken. And then attackers heal by 10% of the damage from attacks. So it gives you a dual benefit of helping to wear down the enemy faster, like a weaken, and also giving you sustainability back. Attack all enemies, HP and attack, with a 50% chance to place curse for 1 turn. So this is powerful because 25% reduced incoming healing and 25% chance to block revive when killed on curse 1. This is the lowest version of curse, but still reducing the healing by 25% could be the difference between making it through a level and not. Also, 25, 1 in 4 chance to block revive when killed is a very good 25%, is not bad. It's not the 50% or the higher curse 3, but for a uncommon, very good. He gains 40 divinity after healing from the damage of any attack. So every time that he drains, he heals. Every time the drain procs, he heals. And then, yeah, so every time he has a drain on, he puts potentially 3 drain 1s. Every time it hits, he heals. And every time he heals, he gets closer to his ultimate. So that's a very strong uncommon that I think you could level up. Spartan. High HP here, you can see. Good initiative, slow, but good res. So here has that HP attack, dual multiplier. If Leonidas or Hoplite are on the same team, increases the damage inflicted by 30%, which is nice because then you can build more HP and defense in the gear sets and get more damage through something like this. Gives you options. His core, 6-turn cooldown, heals the hero for 15% of his max HP, so you can bump up his HP and give him a really good heal. Then he places resistance up on himself for 1 turn, and that increases his resistance stat by 20%, hopefully keeping him alive and from getting disabled or debuffed and killed. His ultimate attack, AoE, dual multiplier, places barrier, which is a great buff, equal to 10% of his max HP. So again, with Spartan here, you can just build HP on him and get that barrier, and then he also does his attack multiplier off the HP and the attack. And then again, if Leonidas or Hoplite on the team, they'll join in the attack using their basic ability. So this produces an uncommon with a join attack feature where Leonidas, who has defensive down, and Hoplite, who has Bleed, could be built into a team with Spartan, and that could be a pretty powerful combination. We'll have to see if we have the ability and the resources to build and try out a team like that. And then he gets Divinity when damaging an enemy. Okay. So that is Spartan. We're missing, I think, a few. We'll see. I think we're missing a few of the rares and uncommons, but the Jackal I think we're missing, or I think we're missing the Medjay. We had it, but we rolled it up. Oh look, we got another Drac. I didn't even. That's bad. I didn't even realize that we got another Drac, and Drac's 4th Awakening. Let's do it. Oh yeah, that's nice. Alright, so that's cool, Drac. We didn't see you. Sorry about that. Sorry for not welcoming you properly. So we have to build up a Volkalok. We have to build up a Bauk. Let's actually do the Bauk first. Oh wait, we have a 40 already. Oh, we have a 1-star. We're a hot mess. We got stuff all over the place. Let's go by rank. No, let's go by level. No, let's go by Awakening. That's what we're looking for. So it's interesting. 3, 6, 9, 12, 15, 18, 21, 24, 27, 30, 33, 36, 39, 42, 45, 48, 51, 54, 57, 60, 63, 66, 69, 72, 75, 78, 81, 84, 87, 90, 93, 96, 99, 102, 105, 108, 111, 114, 117, 120, 123, 126, 129, 132, 135, 138, 140. So I think we're one shy of having the limit of 140 or 141. That's 2 of every one, I guess. Alrighty, let's see. Well, that was cool. I didn't know we had gotten another Drac. Let's look for one more there. That's a helpful boost. Speed. That's helpful. Accuracy. Does he need accuracy? No, he doesn't. So we have defense. Attack, that's not a good one. Initiative. You know what? That's a better one, I feel, for right now. Let's put more initiative on him. Alright. And there's our Heimdall. We need one more copy of Heimdall to really open his kit up. Right here, places ward on hero for 4 turns, cannot be removed on his core. That is powerful block damage. We wanna do that. My drag is the latest 6-star. Get rid of these. Oh, my bad. Alright. And, you know, it's important to note, this is alpha. these quality of life type features will absolutely be in the final build, but for right now, this is just sort of a patchwork of their assets. It's not the full like build, so don't be thinking that, oh, this is how everything is and how everything's going to work. It's not necessarily true. Let's be crazy and efficient here. Yeah, crazy and efficient. But I get bouts like it's nobody's business, and we have to build out a Virage only team, and there's only 4 in the Virage faction, so we absolutely need to build out him. We got Shishi, Volkalak. Okay, no Volkalaks. Let's go by level, yeah. Sustain. Okay. We already have those all maxed out already, I think, right? Yeah, we already have it maxed out. A 5. Yep, we already have that one. Sold. Have the enemy in line. Take a knight. This is a Medjay. Okay, so the Medjay is also a defender. Has protect, so like an ally protect. Takes 15% of the damage instead of the ally. And then places a shield equal to 150% of its defense. So you could build high defense. So this is another one you could absolutely build out as a common. And I think would work okay. Let me figure out. That's good. Let's go. Oh, you know what? I know what I meant to do. I was all over the place there. We needed to look at our legendary books. That's what we needed to look at. Our abilities, upgrade, maxed, upgrade. How many do we need here? 5, 6, 9. 9 for Drac. Herc, how much do you need, Herc? Herc needs 16, so that's 25 books. Okay, 25, and then we have 17, so it's 30, 42 books we need. And then 44, 46, 49 books. 49, 59, 65 books. 75, 77 books. we need 77 legendary books. And we are going to go farm those and see how many of them we can get. Okay, we're going to keep track of it right here. Let's battle. Da, 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 da. Da, 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 da. Alright, that's not it. Nope. Where were we? We were there. 130, that's where, level 130 is where we are going to be. I think this is the only level where you can actually farm tomes of knowledge, which is what is used for legendaries. Nothing else is. Also, we can get legendary heroes dropped here and rank 5 hero spirits, which your OG got a cracked a bug early on, and I got a whole bunch of legendary or 5-star spirits. So let's say I was gonna upgrade Quetzalcoatl and I wanted to go to here. I have still 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 left after I have or enough for that. After I've upgraded 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15 heroes to 6-star. So I still have a pretty decent stockpile, enough to bring 15, and then enough to bring 2 more up, basically. Plus, yep, enough to bring 2 more. I can bring Quetzalcoatl up to 6-star, and I can bring, hopefully, Smash or Isis or something like that, and then I'll have to actually farm more of those. But the bug gave us about 40 or 50 5-stars, and so let us go see 130. We're gonna go this way, oh no, sorry, this way. Osiris, secretly one of the best, I think, heroes in the game. For countering, especially for countering some of the levels here in the high in the 140s, I should say. Curse is definitely the way to help yourself get through content if the other team, the enemies, are putting a lot of buffs on their team, and it's like you can't even keep track of how many buffs they have, and you can't tick them down. It's hard to know if you've ticked them down or not, if it's working or not. So it's a frustrating fight. It's not very clear. And that's what we hit on 142, and you just couldn't figure out why things were happening and why they would do this. Is it broken or is it not? Is there just a new mechanic we're supposed to be learning? It was very difficult to understand, but I've done a bunch of other things I really enjoyed, going in and testing other aspects of the game, and I've got all but 7 heroes now. They're all legendaries. I'm hoping to get them before the next 5 days are up and have basically gotten every single hero of the 67 in the Alpha Cavern. I think it's pretty doable. So here we see the team is doing very well, as long as the level doesn't get buggy and slow down due to like the retaliate that Heimdall puts out, or the Aphrodite does a lot of initiative up, turn meter up, and she boosts your divinity, and so sometimes it procs it too many times and it breaks basically. But you'll see that she literally has her ultimate almost at will. It's always there, and her ultimate, when she does it, boosts everybody's divinity so they get their ultimates faster. She's really powerful when you put her with someone like Hercules, whose ultimate, every time he uses his ultimate, he gets 5% boost to his HP. He does an HP attack multiplier, so that makes him hit harder and harder and harder, and that goes up 12 times, so that's 60% boost to his HP. He starts to hit really hard. So the longer the fight goes, the better Hercules is. how do you combat Hercules, because he has a revive feature automatically built in. He revives himself with 100% HP. That's where the curse comes in. The curse debuff has the potential to block either 25, 50, or I think 75% chance to block revive. That is our mechanism that we're going to want to look for. Osiris has curse. There is another, I think, is it Bastet or Set? There's another one with curse as well. We will have to clarify that, but I'm almost certain I've seen two. I'm gonna be spilling all over myself, like a true professional. All right, so we are pretty safely clearing this level, 130. No real issues. Loki is a great disruptor, but we've got him handled with a disable and a debuff so that his retaliate and his ally protection are great. They make it just a little harder and a little longer to smack through it, but with Heimdall gone now, they're not getting those buffs any further. I haven't noticed that Scotty was all that difficult. She has landed some freezes, but freeze just hadn't really slowed us down that much because with Aphrodite, we're just going around the speed and using our ultimates over and over and over again. So that's how it's been working. That's how the teams I've built have basically core function of it is build divinity very high, and so that there's almost a near consistent ability to use your ultimate. So you can chain several ultimates together, take them out of turn. That's the kind of thing that we see as being powerful. All right, so we got 2.19 thousand for energy. So what we're going to do is let it ride for a few more tries. I didn't see if we got any books either. I don't think we did. I think these runs are about 2 minutes to 4 minutes, somewhere in there. I can't remember. We were running them the other day, doing some. Yeah, here we are. In the last Lego hunt, level 130 was about 4 to 5 minutes. 4 to 5 minutes long. 100 is a 2 minute, even sub 2 minute. 125 is a sub 2 minute. 140 is about 5 to 7 minutes. 135 is about 4 minutes. And 130 is 4 to 5 minutes. Heimdall's tough. Great when you get them. I just want to get one more of them or an imprint. Now the problem is that, and I've got my trusty handy dandy list of 2-star levels left to do. I have 4 bugs that are not working and therefore aren't giving me the reward when I do them. And in many of these 3 of the 4 cases, it's an imprint that would be the reward. So one single imprint would make Heimdall awaken to level 3, put ward on himself when he does his core for 4 turns, so he'd be able to get back to it and almost be unkillable. So that's a big step we're trying to get over. So this is Heimdall would be a huge bucket list right now to get a single additional Heimdall pulled. Obviously it sounds greedy, but that would make a big difference to our account and to the progression. So that, and to the final, he's not as important, I've heard, in the final boss, Fafnir, which is fine. We have Drac and we have Wide Drag and we have Hercules and we have Achilles and a couple other and Lady Zoc and Ramses, and those ones that could all be played into different teams, either Drain teams. We have Green Knight for Drain. We have Horus putting on the Curse so that there'd be less healing or less, maybe that wouldn't actually make much sense because Fafnir doesn't have any other teammates. But we can test and try out different, gear sets and different combinations of imprints and weapons and see how it actually works versus conceptually what we think it will do. So they are slapping right through. Oh. He's so aggressive, he's hitting everybody. Oh, there she goes. Let's see, who do we got? Do we get Heimdall? Yeah, we got Heimdall, right? Oh, the books, though. See the 2 books here. That's massive. So, every time we... Ooh, cracking my neck off. Every time we come in here and we go to Rarity, Heimdall is maxed. Drac was not. Oh. Abilities. And then upgrade. Hopefully we get it right to this one. Level 2. Huh. That was interesting. Okay. So I'm pretty sure every single epic I have is, and I don't have a ton of epics. I rolled a bunch up because I didn't need to go for them, but let's go again and see. But yeah, these 2-star levels, I'm looking at obviously 150, 151, or 150, 149, 148, 147, 146, 145, 143, 142. That's 8 that I'm just not past yet. So I have 8 levels to go. And then I have on top of that 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24 levels. So that would be 24 levels to 2-star still. Basically 32 levels total to 2-star. So that would mean I should have 268 for stars, right? 268 stars. I don't think that's right, but if I only have, I'm missing 1 star times all of these, then it would be 300 stars, or 150 levels times 2 stars, minus 32 levels, which I have. Okay, so actually, take that back. These 8 levels to go, that's times 2, so there's 16 stars missing there because I haven't done any of them at all. So that would be 40. So now we are at 360. We are at 260, sorry. 260 out of 300, I believe, is how many stars we should have. Now, I'm going to check hellhades.com because there is a leaderboard on hellhades.com for Godforge. I'll show you. We're going to refresh the page. And we're going to go to HH Gaming. Okay, and then right here it says Godforge. Click on that, and it takes you in to a page just for Godforge. And then obviously it's video here. And then our latest Godforge Alpha leaderboard. Oh, that's the beta, sorry. Where'd the leaderboard go? Oh, there it is. Ah, where'd the leaderboard go? Oh, maybe they're updating it. They might be updating the leaderboard because we don't see it. But anyways, that's where we have been going to check on our progress as compared to other folks in the alpha. to see what level they made it to see how much damage they've done on the final 151 boss with Fafnir. I will say some thoughts on the leaderboards. And I don't know this is just alpha, but maybe for the final alpha, it'd be really neat to see a leader like per level, you know, the fastest run or the most damage each level, who's done the best at like level 60 and 120 against the golden guardian, who has the highest bounty score would be cool to see on those levels. Then of course it could be only rare teams, only epic teams, or whatever, only Lego teams, whatever it could, you know, only uncommon, only commons. Like you could create different tiers that way, but who has had the highest bounty score? I think I've had like a 170 something. I don't know if that's good or bad, or, you know, have nothing to compare it to. Uh-oh. Speaking of which, the game is getting tired. So that I think would be neat to see that. Like I said, the fastest run for every level would be cool. Who has the most 6-star heroes? Who's done the most 2-star levels they have on there? So that could be cool. Maybe who's like been most consistent, you know, across all of the different. Who had, you know, if there was a like getting points for each part of things, like who would be overall like your decathlon winner. That's one way you could look at it. But anyways, it's been fun. We are basically just working through some hero farming here, but we got stopped up again with Heimdall, as you can see here. It's struggling. I don't know. Does not want. There we go. I guess it's back. It did not want to cooperate for a bit, and then it figures it out, skips the turn usually, so you just wind up missing your opportunity or the turn entirely. It's not like you get it, you get some something that makes that better. You just skip it, miss it, and that usually ruins your run. So that's not the best experience, but we've been working around it and trying to collect and create enough teams and heroes to where it shouldn't matter. We'll see if that is the case by the time the alpha testing is over. And like I said, we're 5 days in. We're literally at the halfway mark, and we beat it. Let's get a Heimdall. Who wants a Heimdall? I only need one more. Come on. Well, not one more. I mean, I need. Oh, you just called it, he says. Everybody jump up and down with me. That's a third Heimdall. That means we have a 4-turn ward being put on. Can I awaken you? Oh my word. Yes, I can. Crushed it. Places ward. Alrighty. That's awesome. Let's go back. That's awesome. Alright, well, we did Heimdall. Okay. Not bad, huh? Let's hit it again. And see, now that Heimdall places ward on, I want to see how this works. One, does it stop it from being broken? Is it just an awakening thing? Is once you have a certain awakening, it doesn't trigger this broken piece? Or does it continue to happen regardless? That's stuff we're looking for. Better understand and troubleshoot the problem. Alright, there it is. 4 stacks of ward. That's going to make us very much unkillable. And I think is going to get us through 142. Finally, holy moly, that's going to be the accomplishment of my life. I'm going to put it ahead of beating Sonic 1, which, hey, that was impressive because back in the day, you beat a Sonic or a Super Nintendo game, there was no levels of difficulty. It was as hard as it gets and good luck. And there were no YouTube channels to watch. I mean, nobody to help you in beating Mario 3. You just had to learn by repetition, by playing it over and over and over again. That's how we became droneless, mindless monsters in our middle age. Just kidding, just kidding. We're all nice. All of us old folks are nice. We don't bite too hard. Well, I am pretty excited, not going to lie. I have enjoyed doing the hero hunts and what would you call it? We were going hunting and finding and looking for just getting heroes rather than anything else, like progressing and trying to be the first somewhere, or we are trying to do the most damage. That's never stopped being the case, but I never was trying to be first. I'm much more of a tortoise and the hare type of guy. I was a runner in high school, cross-country runner, so I always was excited and enjoyed that last stretch of a race when, most of the other teammates or other folks were absolutely gassed. Like, they were just done, and that was when I would kick it up, and I would, all of a sudden come out of nowhere and have everything in place and just be ready to pump out a really good result. So it's something I've done most of my life in a lot of different arenas, not only, running cross country in high school, but also as a consultant in the business world. I've several times literally offered my services for free for a month to 3 months at a time and said, I will prove the value I bring. And if at the end of 3 months you don't think that I'm worth it, one, I'm going to work for sweat equity, which I've done a lot. I've been a part of so many, early stage companies and things where there was no budget yet. So you didn't really have too much of a conversation. I've kept people on the team working diligently for months and years at a time when there was no pay. That's a hard thing to do. Hey, if you're in HR, you know how hard your job is anyways. Try doing it without paying the people. Very difficult. So I've done that, and man, you form real bonds with folks that, share in that sweat equity, and it's so great to see when it actually pays off down the road, and there is some equity of value for those individuals who do that sweat equity, because I think that is gives hope to anybody that, hey, you can really put in the work and it could produce something really amazing. Now, probability says it's not going to be, we're all not going to be like huge hits. We're not all just going to become YouTube sensation. The rule of thumb, the probabilities are that most of us are not. And so, but we can find ways to be successful. And look at this. Who are we going to put up? We need one more 40. I am so 40 poor. I have no 4 stars. It's one of the few things. Let's get rid of a Scotty. I have a lot of 2 through 4. Let's get one. Her imprint is least useful, I would say. There's not a ton of freeze heroes out there yet. Oh, wait. I needed to put her up to 40, I think. No. Okay. Let's do another. Let's see what we get. We already have 1 Lego in the first 3 runs. And that's kind of how it was the other day when we did our hero hunt, is we had back-to-back Legos in the first 2 or 3 runs. We got Zeus, and we got YDG, Y-Drag, who is very good. We haven't gotten to use them a ton. We've been building them out, hoping to use them at Fafnir. But at the first Fafnir, I didn't have him, and I was using a Drac and an Achilles and my Green Knight and things like that. And the Aphrodite, because she was my first legendary at 30, which I will say that's very good. Isis would also be an equally good first epic or legendary. Shamash, Pengu, Hercules, Gilgamesh is a really good first epic I had that really let me have damage dealing capabilities. Trying to think. Musashi is your defense down, so that's like someone who can bring your defense down to you and make it easier if you don't have the DPS, the damage dealer. For me, I had the damage dealer. I didn't have the defender for the longest time, so I had to use, fortunately I got Mordred and was using, as you see him here, he's my key disruptor. I'll probably get Loki. I've seen Loki as the reward at level 150 for several different folks. It looks like you get like 2 legendary drops when you beat 150 as a thank you. So I would expect to get Loki and maybe Pangu or Smash or Isis or Anubis, one of those, as part of that final group, and then maybe I can farm 150 and get the rest of those really OP heroes. That's what I'd expect it to work like. Heimdall, Hercules, Drac, those guys are all sort of in a similar class as well, and they all came out of that 100 to 140 drops of heroes, legendary heroes. So if I had to guess, my top tier heroes are being hidden in behind the level 150, and you have to make it there, and you have to be able to farm it in order to get all of the legendaries and then awaken them all, so you can really see how do they work when they're fully maxed out. So we are watching these runs and trying to see how many Legos are we going to pull from this hero hunt. Oh, there we go. Just making sure that the fan's blowing on the pups too. Who do we get? What do we get? Some books? I could do books. Ramses? No, not the Ramses. Alright. We did get 2 books, so we're at 75 total books left. 1 Lego. And we'll keep track of epics and Legos and how many books we get while we farm this. Go to the final wave again. Confuse them all. It's not Pokemon. We don't gotta catch them all. We just gotta confuse them all. Loki's getting confused as to why he's getting confused. He thought he was the big confused, the top dog in the confused world. But Mordred is badass. AoE, 100% confused. If your first Lego was Heimdall and then you got Mordred as an epic, oh, you probably would have been at level 100 in the first day. Maybe even level 140 in the first day. That might be the best starting pair Lego epic that you could possibly get. In my opinion. What do you think? Alright. We got a 5-star chicken, so there's another one. Let's do it again. So, we were looking at the difference between two different gear sets, and I believe I'll be putting out a more complete gear set update here pretty soon. But the two gear sets that I was looking at were Kraken and Brawler. Brawler gives you HP plus 15%. It's a 2-set bonus, and there are no 4 or 6. It's just 15%, 15%, 15%. So 4 set is 30% increase, and 6-piece set is a 45% increase. So, all right. So the Kraken, and I'll bring it over. Might be easier to just Wayland Smithy. So here we see all the weapons so far in the game. We haven't seen Excalibur. I don't believe it's actually in the alpha, but I believe in the game we've seen it, but I don't believe it's going to be in the alpha. So I just think it's going to be in the global release. But these are all the weapons, some of the stats that you can expect on them, who the hero is that it aligns to, the name of it, the faction, we're going to get into where to farm it. Like this one, never give the Doru sword to a common, because the common doesn't have a core ability. So I think it has a basic and an ultimate. That's it. No core ability, so don't give it something that increases the core ability damage by 9%. Anyways, that's weapons. Then there's attunements. These are all the attunements for the different gear sets. I don't believe this is working right now in alpha, but let's say you have a disruptor, then the type of gear class you want is Nightweave. If you have a Slayer, then it's leather. An Invoker, it's cloth, like it's light, so you're fast. If you're a Defender, it's like plate, like it's thick plate of steel. And then you're a Brawler, you want chainmail because you're tanky, but you're flexible. Then we get to the 28 gear sets we've seen. Wolf, Tremor, Spectre, Soul, Slayer, Shrine, Razor, and Raven. These two are identical to each other, so I don't know if that's a typo. Raven and Razor have the same 6-piece bonus, which doesn't make a lot of sense. So one of them I think is right, one of them is wrong. We've seen Prism, Lion, Juggernaut, and Colossus, but I don't believe they're in alpha. We haven't seen them anywhere in terms of where to farm. And here, Avenger, Bear, Body, Brawler, Claw. This is your crit rate. So here your Brawler is 15, 30, 45%. And then you have Kraken, which is HP plus 1%, maxing at 15 stacks. So you're getting 15% HP every turn. Plus, if you have a 4-piece, it's 25% boost to HP. And then the 6-piece bonus is reduced damage from attacks by 15%, which in a sense is the same as giving you 15% more HP. It's just said in the opposite way. So Kraken looks to me like the HP set you want in a longer fight because you can stack it 15 stacks and get the most from it. But it's probably what I'm looking to do is a 4-piece of Kraken, giving me that possible 15% if I max the stacks, plus 25% given. That would be 40% if in a perfect world. If I were to go 6-piece, then it's 55% HP boost, if you were, where the Brawler set is only 45, so it's 10% less HP boost for a 6-piece set. So what I see probably being the way to go here is a 2-piece Brawler set for 15% HP, and a 4-piece Kraken set will give you basically 40 plus 15, that's 55% through the Brawler and the Kraken. Or if you go just with the Kraken, it's basically 55% set in a different way, 6 of one, half dozen of the other. So just wanted to point out those two. There's Kraken, and then there's Brawler. That exists. Like there's Bear, which is defense, and then there's Defender, which is defense. So defense is a straight line, 15%, 15%, 15% for every 2. And then Bear gives you a defense plus 1% on each turn, stacks 15 times, defense plus 25%, same theme you see there. And then its 6-piece bonus, if you go all Bear, grants a 15% chance to block attack damage, like completely block it. 15% is pretty small for a 6-piece set. So I haven't tried to build anybody into Bear set yet. Avenger has been really good for some of my damage dealers. The 2-piece heals by 15% of the damage inflicted when attacking. So if you put this on somebody who's going to be doing a Slayer, doing good damage, it can give you a little bit more of like that Brawler sustainability. So Avenger in a 2-piece and 4-piece set has been nice. It also grants you a 1 in 4 chance to counterattack at 4 pieces, and at 6 pieces it increases the damage when counterattacking by 50%. So when you have Heimdall and he puts out a retaliate on the whole team and everybody counterattacks, having a 6-piece Avenger set on anyone that's counterattacking is going to make the damage be very strong, because you are going to be doing almost like 50% crit damage with 100% crit rate. If you were like your crit capped, you always do it and you just do an extra 50% damage. That's like an extra 50% crit damage. So Body is a very interesting set. It's dropped very late. You see 101 to 107. It goes helmet, pauldrons, chest, gauntlets, legs, boots. There are certain stats that you can get for certain ones. Like there's accuracy is on gauntlets and on helmet. Speed is on legs and boots. So you got to know what type of gear is going to give you which lead stats. If you're looking for attack and you're trying to get it on boots, or well, you'll be able to get it on boots, but not on legs. So that's kind of important to know when you're farming for a specific piece of gear, what you're trying to look for in terms of primary stats, substats, like the first substat, second substat. We have that broken out for you as well. So another example, you see the Disruptor is accuracy, the Invoker is resistance, and both of them have a second mechanic as well, where you have Dragon is the resistance plus 1%, stacks 15 times, plus resistance of 45 at 4-piece, and then grants a 30% chance to reflect a blocked or resisted debuff or disable back onto the team. So if you're hitting an area where you are being either controlled through stuns or through Loki's confuse and stuff like that, and you just can't do anything about it, if you put 6-piece Dragon, it gives you a 30% chance to block that or to kick that back when it's resisted. So Dragon is a resistance set, so you're going to have high resistance. So every time you resist any kind of debuff or disable, it has a 30% chance to go back on them. That's kind of like a reflect damage, but for debuffs and disables. Really, that's how I would use that. dragon set, or if you are doing just straight resistance, the invoker set, you're going to want to look for speed, initiative, and then the resistance and HP and defense, so they're tanky enough, but that's what you're looking for from there. You have Jaguar, which is crit damage. You have Parasite, which is a really interesting one. Heals by 5% of your HP when placing a debuff. So all you need is high enough accuracy and speed to get out in front, and every time you place a debuff, if you place a debuff on your basic every single time, or you get pulled into a counterattack with Aphrodite or Shamash or something like that, then every time you place that debuff, 5% HP. You place 10 debuffs, you're getting 50% HP healing. That can keep you alive through a very long fight and make a level 50 hero do the job. 4-piece grants you a 25% chance to place Corrupt for 1 turn when attacked. And what that does is when you place Corrupt and they get a buff on them, you get the buff. They don't. So that's a way to kind of block buffs for them and give it to you, which is even better. So that is awesome. Corrupt is a really interesting debuff, and you get it at a 4-piece Parasite set. So if you have a disruptor who's placing a debuff whether that be bleed, blaze, drain, or any of the other debuffs, then this is a great way to also throw on a Corrupt, which will steal any buffs that would be ticking away at the debuff stacks you have. So it helps to keep your debuffs on them longer. The 6-piece increases divinity 5% after placing a debuff. So not only can you heal yourself, but if you do 6-piece Parasite, you can increase your divinity 5% every time you place a debuff. I haven't tested this in terms of, like, what if you place 2 stacks of bleed? Does that count as 10% divinity increase? Same with the HP heal. We have to test that because some can put 2 or 3 stacks or 2 or 3 debuffs on. That could, in Parasite gear, that could be really impressive. We just haven't had a chance to farm enough Parasite gear to put someone in 6 pieces of it, but that's an interesting one as well. You see here, Guardian set. The 2-piece redirects 5% of damage inflicted on allies. So if you have your tank, like Sphinx is a really good one. She puts Unkillable on herself, on her core. You could put her in Guardian set, and she'll redirect 5% of the damage inflicted on all her allies to her, and she doesn't die because she has Immortal on her for 2 or 3 turns. 4-piece, an intercept buff is placed, which intercepts damage and routes it to the Guardian for 2 turns on the ally with the lowest HP. So the ally that's most likely to die, probably a damage dealer or something like that, or an invoker who you just made really fast but didn't make tanky, which is weird. Disruptors usually have that problem more than invokers because disruptors have crit hit chance and accuracy they're trying to have, as well as usually attack or enough HP or defense to stay alive, and so usually HP and defense get sacrificed, and so Guardian is a great way if you put, it's like a shield set in Raid, but if you put one of your team members in Guardian, whether Osiris or Sphinx or trying to think of another good, I guess even Heimdall is not a bad one, you put them in Guardian set, it will keep your teammates from taking the damage. At 6 pieces, it reduces damage from ally redirection 30%, so 1/3. It's pretty powerful. Duelist decreases damage received from basic ability attacks by 20% at a 2-piece set. So lets you diminish some of the attack. If you're getting hit by a lot of Musashis who do the counterattack on the passive, then being in a duelist set, and Musashi was the duelist, so being in a duelist set will help you counter Musashi. 4-piece grants you a chance to apply a taunt for 1 turn when attacking, so that's nice because the taunt forces the enemy you just attacked to attack back at you with reduced damage. And then at 6-piece, it heals by 10% of HP when attacked, so that's kind of like an Avenger set right there, except that heals by 15% of damage for a 2-piece. So I'm not sure if we would go for a 6-piece set of duelists. Maybe that's going to be 20% HP. I'm not sure. That seems a little low for the duelist. Let's see. We brawler claws, your crit rate, crit hit chance. Colossus reduces damage from strong hits. We don't know what the 4-piece and 6-piece set do. Eagle is your initiative. So this one, if you have an invoker, specifically like Aphrodite, or someone who, when they use their ultimate, it helps everyone else get their ultimate, you want to put them in almost a 6-piece eagle set and get 45% initiative. And my Aphrodite is at 250 initiative, and her ultimate is just always constantly available, and it boosts everyone else's ultimate. So that is a powerful way to do it, is putting her in an eagle set, which is what I did. Jaguar is your crit damage. Juggernaut is we are not seeing it in this one, but reduce damage received from attacks by 20% if you're under a disable. So at least you're a little tankier. If you don't have the res to block the disable, you still take a little bit less in a Juggernaut set. I don't love sets like that because you got to be at a disadvantage to take advantage of it. And I feel like that always, the cost-benefit analysis of that doesn't work for me. Lion is crit damage, just like Jaguar's crit damage, like Straight Line. Lion is one we're not going to see in Alpha, I don't think, but we saw it before, and that has a similar sort of, I bet it'll be crit damage plus 45 or something like that, and then there'll be another function down here that will be similar to like this style, like grants a blah blah blah. There'll be some other one for Lion as well. Parasite, we talked about this one. Really powerful. Prism received, so this blocks damage from debuffs, so bleeds, and from drain and acid. This can help you diminish some of that. We don't know the 4 and 6-piece set bonuses. Raven is your other accuracy other than Disruptor. You have Disruptor for accuracy, and then you have the Raven for accuracy, which is why this one is probably not what the Raven's 6-piece is here. This is probably the Razor. It makes more sense with Razor. Razor is a very interesting set as well, especially for your starter heroes or your damage dealers that like Drac or Hercules, who put debuffs. And I specifically think Razor might work very well for Drac. The 2-piece inflicts 10% increased damage to any enemies that are under a debuff. And then the 4-piece grants a 25% chance to place 1 stack of bleed when attacked. Almost so like a passive. So Drac is putting his bleeds when he attacks with his basic. When he gets hit, he's putting bleeds. You can really start to stack it up with a 4-piece Razor set. A 6-piece, if this is correct, and we'll have to verify it, but a 6-piece increases your turn meter by 5% after you place a debuff. So again, if you place 4 or 5 debuffs, you're getting 25% turn meter. If you place 10, you're getting a 50% turn meter. I mean, that's doable. Shrine is a healing set. I think they're sort of like an Avenger. Avenger is from doing damage. Shrine is just more straight healing from HP. Slayer is your attack. Straight line attack. Soul, this helps you do more ultimate damage and to get your ultimate faster. The 2-piece does 15% more damage on your ultimate, just like Body does more damage on your basic. I haven't seen one that does more damage on your core, so maybe that one's left out, or maybe we just haven't seen it yet. Soul Force piece, increased divinity 10% after ultimate ability, so you use your ultimate and it helps you get back to your ultimate faster. That is a powerful 4-piece set to have, while also putting initiative on the boots and initiative on the helmet as the main stats, and then obviously some initiative and speed on the substats. And you can also go with speed on the legs as the primary stats as well. And everything else can be HP and defense or in res, just to help make them more tanky but fast and getting their ultimate really fast. So the 4-star soul can help get that ultimate ability cycled right back around more quickly. 6-piece reduces ultimate divinity cost by 15%. Just further, basically, like you get 25% easier time getting your ultimate with a 6-piece set. Then there's Spectre. Reduces damage from AoE attacks by 15% at 2 pieces. At 4 pieces, it gives you Vanish for 2 turns at the start of each wave. That can be really powerful. And we'll get into that in some later videos as to why Vanish is such an important buff to have automatically just put on you. So being able to farm Spectre gear at level 111 to 117 and 141 to 147 is very important. Now the 141 to 147 is tricky because 142 is a very buggy level that has caused a lot of people to be stopped. It works very strangely and is very hard to beat. I have made it all the way to the 3rd wave of it. I looked completely set to beat it. It was my 4 heroes that were all 6-star against Sphinx and what was it? One other hero, and they looked like they were on the ropes. And next thing you know, Sphinx just started one-shotting everyone. Bam, 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 bam. She kept taking turns, didn't stop going. Like, I didn't know that was in her kit, but they just, the gods of 142 decided I was not to pass, and I got smoked when I clearly thought I had won it, and I have not beat it since. I haven't come close to even getting to the 3rd wave again, so maybe Spectre in 4-piece is the way to go. We're going to have to test that and try over the next 5 days, but we're going to be trying to test out and farm all the gear sets we can. Alright, then a 6-piece Spectre grants 25% chance to block effects from area abilities. So that can be really powerful too if you keep getting turn meter or debuffs or disables. As long as it comes from an AoE attack, it's going to give you a 1 in 4 chance to block it. Which, you know, might not feel like the best RNG level for a 6-piece set, but with the Vanish helping you and a 25% chance to block, so Vanish meaning you're not going to be targeted unless they do an AoE and hit you by attacking just somebody else and you get you through an AoE, then it also takes away the chance that they're going to land any of the debuffs or disables that come with that AoE, and they're not going to hit you as hard. So that's Spectre. There's then Tremor. Tremor is an interesting one. I thought it was a stun set when I first saw it. It kind of is. 2-piece increases the damage inflicted by 15% to enemies under a disable. So all disables, not just stun. So that's interesting. It makes the 2-piece kind of useful with other 4 pieces, specifically the ones around Razor or Parasite is one that comes to mind as well. And then Dragon maybe, or Duelist has a little bit. So you can see that could play a 2-piece, 4-piece role there, Tremor. At the 4-piece for Tremor, it grants a 25% chance to apply stun for 1 turn when attacking. So you almost get a 1 in 5 chance. It's like Fulton Reed. He hits the net 1 out of 5 in Mighty Ducks. So you get a Fulton Reed type chance to apply a stun for 1 turn when attacking. Obviously that is not something I would go betting on. But a 4-piece combined with a 2-piece to help you, maybe Juggernaut in the future, help you take less damage while under a disable. We'll have to see what else there is. I'm sure these aren't all the sets. There seems like there's a few missing or not yet shown. Lastly is Wolf. This is your attack, kind of like your Slayer, but this is the stacked version for longer fights, possibly. And it inflicts 15% increased damage. So that is all of your gear sets that we know right now. We're just going to let this go again and let you farm. I'm going to turn me off and let you just watch it. We don't have the sound because I must have clicked on the other other screen, so I'll have to close out after this one and reopen it to get the sound back. But we are here on level 130, and we're farming legendary tomes. So that's what we are up to. Now, the average tomes, we haven't seen all the legendaries. There's still 7 legendaries that we haven't gotten and seen. So we're looking for them, and we will, once we get them, we can tell you more information about how many tomes it takes to fully, scroll out their abilities. But there's only 17 Legos in the alpha. So if there was an average of 15 scrolls per Lego, and it's kind of like some are 16, some are 15, so let's just say 15 for a nice round number, then you are going to have 255 tomes needed for fully scrolling out all 17 Legos if you were able to do that in the 10-day alpha period. I don't think it's impossible. It really does depend on how much energy we are granted. About 2,000 to 2,200 a day seems to be what we're getting. And I will say I think it's a pretty good amount. I have been playing nonstop since the game started. And I basically slowed down to collect some data and some kits and stuff like that a little bit over the early hours this morning. And then I've been farming pretty much otherwise, and I saw that I was getting down in energy, so I was like, okay, I'll gather some stats and I'll stop. So I could have pushed it a little harder, just a little bit more in terms of if energy, let's say I had an extra 500 energy, then maybe 500, maybe, I don't know, maybe 3,000 energy a day is the amount that I couldn't, that energy wouldn't hold me back. I could go as long and as much as I wanted. Maybe you don't keep stacking 3,000 a day, because then you're going to have like very quickly more energy than seems like you'll ever use. So I think if you have 3,000 or above 3,000 a day, it wouldn't refill anymore. It would just keep it at that if you didn't use it. But if you used it down, it would always keep like have a reorder point and keep refilling back to that level. That's just my thoughts. All right, so we are watching this run of level 130, and it is done. What are we going to get? Tomes? Tomes? We need 75 tomes to fully... Oh, there's 4. There is 4. So now we are at 71 we need in order to scroll out every... And those three stars are good ones. To scroll out every one of our legendary heroes that we have right now. So Drac is the one we were up... Oh, there we go. We've got... Oh. We got to go abilities, then upgrade. So he needs 3, 6, 7, and we have 4. I'd love it to go on that cooldown. Okay, that one got maxed. He now has a 80-90% chance and 10% more damage to land a stack of bleed. He also heals by 5% of his max HP when damaging an enemy under a bleed debuff, so it keeps him alive. And he has a 25% chance to place 1 stack of bleed on a random enemy. Woo-wee! That's pretty great. Now, once we get it 2 more books, 100% chance. That's going to be awesome. Here, we just need another 50 off the divinity costs. He'll have negative 100 off his divinity cost, and he'll be at 2,000. So you see, he starts with the initial divinity of 250, which will go up. Oh, is he... Oh, sorry, not ascended. Awakened. So when he got here, he got initial divinity bump of 200. Whenever a sleep disable expires on his hero, instantly activate Sanguine Tides and heal by 10% of the damage inflicted. So we just need 1 more Drac in order to have him fully awakened. Oop, not what I wanted to do. Upgrade. Ascend. We need 2 more of these green ones, and he will be fully ascended. Of course, he's fully promoted, and then all we'll have left is maxing out his weapon and his gear. That's it. Now, see this Nightweave? That's the attunement, but I don't believe that attunements are working right now, and I know that they were having some issues with imprints on the weapon, so we're not all probably getting our imprints. But that will be what I focus on, is getting all the heroes and then getting my gear up to the best possible gear we can. This level is also buggy on the 2-star because it says defeat the stage with all 5 hero tiers or archetypes or rarities: common, uncommon, rare, epic, and legendary. Now we did this several times, and with those 5 rarities, and after winning, it just didn't give us the 2-star. So there are 4 or 5 levels like that where we just haven't gotten the 2-star, even though we've beaten it. And that's how we call it a bug. Call it out as a bug. All right, let's do this. Will we get another legendary? We've got 71 tomes to get, so we've got a little bit of farming we can do here, but that will have our legendaries fully scrolled out. All of our epics and all of our rares are fully scrolled out. We have a lot of scrolls. I would say, if anything, we've probably got too many scrolls in the rare and epic commodity. We got, like, I had no problem just scrolling up a hero as soon as I got him, which is fun, but the fact that I can do it for like 7 heroes in a row was, I thought I had more than I probably should, and I didn't feel like it was a glitch or I didn't get more than I should. Just from progressing and doing what you know is required to keep going, I wound up with it. So I think I would say those 2 things could be dialed back just a little bit. I was always short on coin, but I didn't know how to sell gear until like level 111. I didn't figure out intuitively the little double bars and clicking on it and selling it. I didn't think the feature of selling gear was in the game. I figured, oh, okay, it's not in for the alpha. I wonder how this will work, but I'm sure they'll figure it out and it'll work. And I missed out for the first 24 hours at least, because I made it to level 100 a few hours after the first 24 hours. It was the next afternoon, Thursday afternoon, I hit level 100, and that was my goal, was to hit triple digits. And then I would focus on building my account properly and not caring so much about racing to finish as much as really building out the best possible account. One, as a content creator, I want to get all of the heroes so I can see all of them, their kits, their stats, their awakenings, their passives, their imprints, and get all of that information so that for wave 2 and even for this wave, EuroG and several of the other content creators I'm working with will be able to give you the information you need to make key decisions. Should I go this gear set or that gear set? Should I save these resources or use them right now? Those are important. Where do I go to get more of them? All of that is going to be something we provide and are going to be providing most likely through ravenpyros.com. His website has been phenomenal and just really a great resource for us to manage the amount of information that comes with 70 heroes, because you have 2 bosses, 2 new bosses, 67 heroes in the game. I would call it, rounding up to 70 is fair. So you got to learn 70 different heroes kits and stats and nuances of things, and then weapons you got to learn about. All right, Dagonet, look at you. Look at you. We are going to run again. Now, we're also building XP, experience, that will help us with leveling up some of the heroes we have 6-starred that are just at, they're not yet at 60. They're at 50, so they have to go up to 60 after you've 6-starred them. They're only at 50. So we have a lot of work we could do there and push all of our Legos up to 60, and then a couple epics up to 60, and then we could start with the rares. And we already have a common that we're pushing up and an uncommon we're pushing up, so that we can do the 2-star challenges that require that. We also have to create a Virage team, and there's only 4 heroes from Virage. We have Drac, which is good, but then Voltkalak, Bauk, and Maria Marevna. We have all 4 of them, but we have to build them up so that they can beat a level by themselves, just the 4 of them. In fact, let me see, which level is that? Virage only is... Where is my Virage only? Did I lose track of it? Oh, 131. 131 is my Virage only. And so that's a pretty high level. You know, you need to build them up to, I mean, Drax a 6-star, but you need to build Bauk and Volkalak and Maria at least to 50. Probably Maria to 60 because she's more of a damage dealer. The other 2 might be able to get away with being tanky 50s, but that's a lot of work for a team you're only using for 1 star. You know, so a lot of people may look and say, I'm just going to not do that, because there isn't a lot of overlap. Volkalak has bleed, so you can use them on a bleed team for Fafnir or the Golden Guardian, but definitely there's more and better options that you're going to have access to, so I wouldn't go building Volkalak unless, you know, you just want to try that out and see how it works and do that, which is fine too, but I don't think he's the best option. I think he's an option, but I don't think he's the best option. All right, let's see how this goes. Right here we got Heimdall with his head on the his energy bar, behind his energy bar, hiding those piercing blue eyes. We know this because we have been fortunate to see Heimdall come up 3 times in the last 5 days. Trust me, that is the endorphins you want. Heimdall, Aphrodite, oh, that was a big one. My first damage dealer here, Gilgamesh, is just a beast. He's only an epic, but he's eternal, so he doesn't weak hit. And trust me, he doesn't weak hit. That's all I'll say. He doesn't weak hit. He smacks. And he's a fun character, fun hero to play with. His kit is simple, straightforward, and just packs a punch. He pairs great with Aphrodite because Aphrodite, her core, puts speed up 2 on everyone. And if she puts, on 1, so you can pick who you want to put that speed up on. First time, like, her core comes around, you put it on Gilgamesh. And then every time she uses her basic, he ally attacks in, and he hits hard on his basic. So then the next time her core comes around, you don't put it on him again, you put it on another team member. Now when as long as it hasn't fallen off of him, because what's neat is buffs don't just fall off because a turn, it looks like. They have to be ticked down by a corresponding debuff or disable. So if you don't tick it down, it stays there and can kind of linger, which is cool. Let's hit it again. So yeah, we're learning a lot. We're really honing in. I've got a pretty cool dashboard that I'm working on for like player dashboard to learn how to like manage your resources and who do I have to like top is your top 10 high priority like we'll go top 10 high priority heroes. This is who you're looking for, or this is who you're building. These are your top 10, and basically the top 10 means that you get two of each archetype. 2 brawlers, 2 disruptors, 2 defense, 2 slayers, and 2 invokers in your top 10 that you should be looking to fill in these roles and provide specific debuffs, buffs, or affinities that work to progress you. So that is your first part. Then you have your mid-priority heroes. These are sort of nice-to-haves if you have time. I had Osiris down here, but I'm going to move him up. And Scotty, she's helpful because there's a lot of only rare levels and for 2-starring, and she is a freeze and a control. So similar to how I use Mordred. Mordred just does the job better. Scotty can do a decent job of controlling the enemy waves, and if you have enough of a damage dealer, you should not have to worry about taking too many hits because she will keep that down. Top priority mechanics, Immortal buff. Sphinx has that, and it's really good. She puts it on herself for like 3 turns, and then puts a hidden on everyone else so that they can't be targeted. And that's nice. That's a really nice unkillable, or the start of an unkillable team is Sphinx. So we have Sphinx, and I've been building her out. She's been awesome. Revive, any kind of reviver would be great. We have seen Isis have reviving. Herc and Drac revive themselves in a sense. When they're passive, when they die, they come back 100%. So there's that, but we haven't seen a ton of revive functions, so that's something we're looking for. Blaze, we got YDG, we got Raw, we got Bastet, we got Asog. So we have a lot of blazers, blazers, like nice fancy blazers. Vulnerable looks like a very interesting one. I think it was Bastet that had vulnerable. Was it Bastet? Bastet and Kate Sith, the cat. Kate Sith also had that as well. Vulnerable. And then Hex is Shinigami, and Shinigami is another max HP destroyer, similar to the Mummy as well. So that is the start of our player dashboard. You can see this will total up how many of the different alchemy stones you need of each rarity depending on what you're working on. It will let you prioritize. Okay, I need to go out and I need to get 525 rare eternal alchemy stones, so that at 7 per good drop of that type. Eternal obviously is harder than the strength, wisdom, and cunning. You can see I barely need any cunning. I need a lot of wisdom because I got some sorry, I got some heroes that are wisdom, and so that's the only reason that popped up. Strength is easy enough to farm, but Eternal is tough. And I got a lot of Eternal Legos and epics, and so that's a bottleneck, I will say. There is a lot in the alpha. There is a lot of Eternal heroes, and so it can be tricky if you're farming it and you're getting all these heroes. It can be really tricky to then go have all the resources. But what we're going to do is show you how to plan for what resources you may need. Then Godsteel. Okay, how much Godsteel do you need for each faction at each rarity? That is a table that will tabulate up depending upon this area here, which is your weapons level, and Godsteel required to max. So that will flow into this table, and you'll be able to easily see, okay, I need 75 more rare Asgard Godsteel, and then what is the level that I should go to get Asgard Godsteel. So this is our Alpha Tower testing experience. So we've got the hero's image that's there for each floor. This is early game in blue, mid game in green, mid to end game in orange, and then end game, and then end game. And we're here at 142 with Pangu. Get stuck on this glitchy level that many times doesn't even finish, and I have to shut the game down and get back into it. But once we get by this, I don't think that... I've heard there's another glitch at 149 that's holding some people up, but hopefully once we get by 142, we'll be able to... We have the depth of the team to be able to get all the way to 151 and start doing damage to Fafnir. His unlimited damage, you can do as much damage as possible. And there isn't even, I think, a turn or a turn meter or turn count stoppage, so it kind of runs forever. I've seen some people in the Discord dropping in 1 billion damage. I've seen on the leaderboard 500 million. So that's I think we'll see 1 billion damage in the wave, the third wave. So the 5 who will make it out to Las Vegas as a reward for being the top 5 finishers in the September Alpha Cavern Challenge will likely need to do 2 stars for every level. I would imagine that. I think that's going to be a given come the September, is that all 150 levels. I don't think you can 2-star 151. I haven't made it, so I don't think you can, but I think 150 times 2 makes sense. That is 300 stars. You are going to have to get 300 or 299 maybe times, and that's going to be a multiplier times the damage you do. So you maybe can get away with building a better damage dealing team and doing a few less, but I'm sure you're not going to be able to miss more than 10 to 15 2-stars, which is, you know, these side quests of build a common hero, build an uncommon hero, and then like, where else am I using that? You know, how else is that worth my time and resources? So you have to choose, make priorities. This helps you to see it and know, where do you go for this? Where do you go for that? What's the reward for 1-star, 2-star, 3-star? What team made it through here? What are the drop rates for all the stuff? Boss levels. So we have all of this in here. And then I'm also building the fight analyzer that is basically this is 142 right here. So the first wave is Hercules, Quetzalcoatl, Shamash, and Beowulf. And if you kill anyone but Shamash, he like on his revive, he just revives them. Okay, like just automatically revives them. So he heals them by 30% of their max HP. He puts a barrier equal to 100% healing. So if you kill Hercules, which is still not the easiest thing to do, or Quetzalcoatl, which is not the easiest thing to do. Beowulf's a little easier. He's a slayer. He brings them back and starts this awful chain where he starts doing his ultimate constantly and you never get out of it. Also, if you have Heimdall on your team and his counterattack or retaliate function that he puts on his core, which I put out every time on the beginning on that first wave, it can break the game and it causes it to freeze and do nothing for a while, and you got to kind of close out again. Let's see what we got. This sold 2 more books. Let us see what we're gonna do for that. So that is an example of the fight calculator, sort of like, how do I get past this? What do I need to, you know, make this work? Let's see. It's not that. Where are we going? Awakenings, right? No. What am I doing? What are you doing, sir? You don't know what abilities. Scrolls. Tomes, I should say. Tomes, my good Watson. Why is it? Okay. 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 So we have just the 10%. One more, and he will be done. So that is. Where's our countdown? Our final countdown. That's 69, I believe, now we have left to do. Okay. So he needs only one more. We'll do that. We'll have Drac needs 1. Then who else needs? Let's go by rarity. Quetzalcoatl needs 12. That's a lower number. That's good. Sphinx needs 16. Okay. Raw needs 2, 4, 7. Okay. Wide drag needs 12, 17. What a reader. That's the highest I think I've seen. Zeus, maxed. Herc, I think you're maxed, right? Oh no, Herc has 16. Okay. Aphrodite, maxed. Drac, we know, has 1. And let's make sure, but I know Heimdall is maxed. Okay. So as far as legendaries, what am I missing? Rarity. Okay. So 3, 6, 9. We have 9 legendaries? Oh, so I got Hell as my second legendary, so that's 10. But I rolled her up, so that's 10. And then I'm missing 7. I'm missing my wish list. Isis, Anubis, and Horus. Isis, honestly, is the biggest one because she's the healer reviver. From Aru, those 3. This is my big 7, all I have left. From Asgard, Loki and Odin. I've seen Loki as a reward for level 150 a couple of times, and Odin too. And then Shamash and Pangu. Those are my 7 that I have seen all of them as rewards for 150, so I've got to just get to there. But what I want to say to that is, let's say as an average 15, we're going to see 35, 45 more tomes needed for these last 7. Maybe 60 if we count Hell and we get her again. So let's get back to the battle and we'll see how many, but I think so 45 plus we could say 60, so we have 69 and then we might have another 60, so like basically 130 more tomes. We get them from anywhere from 3 to 4 at a time, so we're gonna run this for a little bit so that we get enough tomes to not have to basically farm it anymore for the rest of the 5 days. And that is a strategy. We're trying to remove as many of the layers, have them fully maxed out as possible, so that all we have to focus on is maxing out the weapon and the gear, and farming those levels for the best pieces of gear, and then not attunements. Attunements don't seem like they're in, but you know, the best gear sets and the best stat roll-ups and all of that. So we will be doing that over the next, probably the last 3 days will be just gear and weapons upgrading, farming the weapons levels in order to get more copies of it and bring them up to 60 for everyone. That'll be a piece we're going to want to do. And it'll depend on what kind of stat rolls we get and how good the gear winds up being. We could get great rolls and, you know, be a little better than somebody else's 60. Or use more creative gear set combos. So that's where we talked about some of the gear sets. Hopefully that was helpful to you to kind of see it all in one place and start to get a feel for, oh, okay, there's always a choice. Remember that. Fateless has been saying it for a while. They built it in. There's always a choice. You have Kraken gear, you have Brawler gear. They both do HP, but a little differently. Which one do you need? Do you need the one that looks like it's set up for a longer fight and getting you up to 15 stacks? I mean, if we have a 7-second fight and I nuke one wave, I nuke a second wave, I nuke a third wave, there's not much time for whatever you're going to do for it to be effective. So then it wouldn't matter. But if you're in a long boss fight against Fafnir or the Golden Guardian or something, or Clan Boss or something like that, now it's okay, let's go Kraken. That makes more sense. Let's start stacking. And they now, if let's say the boss does not have a feature to counteract the stack of buffs, they don't have a debuff or a disable that's ticking away that buff, you just keep putting more and more and more stacks and get stronger and stronger and stronger, or at least up to 15. But that's 15% HP every turn. That gets hard. If you're not hitting hard every turn, you're not going to get ahead of that heal, and they're always just going to have 2 or 3 heals ahead of you, and they're going to be right back up to full HP every time, and you're just going to be frustrated. And that's how you can create with a Sphinx an unkillable, where you let Sphinx put her immortal on herself, take all the damage, basically be a taunt target, get hit all the way down to 1 HP, and then heal her. Put a bunch of buffs that they can't counteract, heal her back up, boom, and just keep doing it every time. There'll be no reason you'll need to stop. So that's just some strategy there. We are going to try another round. All right. There we go. All right, we're almost done with another run here. Oh, we broke it. So what I'm thinking about, and I'm going to want to try this, but if you're in a better position and you have a chance to try it before I do, please let me know how this works. The 6-piece body gear, right? Okay, and I'm going to remind you real quick while this thing is... Okay, I think we're going to make it through there. But I'm just going to pull it over here. The body, it increases basic ability damage, okay, by 15%. So, why would you care, right? Well, I'm thinking about my own experience in the last 5 days, and I was very fortunate to get my first Lego as Aphrodite. Now, Aphrodite, when I use her core to create joint attacks, that is how I've done the most damage thus far. Now, I have Zeus as well, and there's a potential to pull him in. I have wide drag. I have Drac now. I have Hercules. So there's a lot of other ways I have to put down damage. But I'm thinking in this regard, she puts the most down because even though Gilgamesh or Drac or Hercules is the one actually hitting for all that damage, it counts under her basic. So if she was put into a 2-piece body set, that would increase that by 15%. Now, 15% doesn't sound like very much, but she's doing like 1,000,000 damage on level 90 or level 120 or the Golden Guardian. She's doing easily 1,000,000. She did 2.5 million one of them. 10% of that is 250,000. 15% is close, 300, 400,000. So that is a lot of extra damage if you put her in a 2-piece body, and maybe, now I had her in a 6-piece eagle set for initiative, and she had 250 initiative, and like I said, she has her ultimate constantly, which pumps everyone else's ultimate constantly, which is amazing. But what I'm going to look to do is see how much initiative I need. What is the bare minimum threshold for initiative to stay ahead of, or to get my ultimate on for her as fast as I'd like to see it? How much can I scale her back on eagle gear and that initiative to give her a 2-piece of body and increase the damage by 15%? Now, if I were to go all body and go 4-piece, it heals all allies by 25% of the damage inflicted of the basic ability. So now, like I said, for nice round numbers, she does 1,000,000 damage on a boss. She provides 250,000 healing, which reminds me suspiciously of Cardiel in Raid Shadow Legends, who I got and has been probably the best hero on my account until I got Nias the Shadow Thief. But Cardiel is just amazing because he hits on his basic and heals. And it is so valuable at staying in long fights, and my clan boss team doing 1-key Ultra Nightmare, all that. So I think this could be really powerful. 4 pieces on her with a 2-piece eagle, if you have enough substats of initiative to make up for it. I think that could be powerful, because now you're healing by 25% and you're doing an extra 15%. So that's a 40% swing. That's huge. Now, let's say you go body for a full 6 pieces. That grants you a 15% chance to gain an extra turn after she does her basic. So she does her basic, which brings a joint ally attack in, maybe with 1 or possibly 2 other people. It just depends on if her buffs are being ticked down or if they stay on long enough for her to apply it to 1, get her core back, apply it to another. Then when she does her basic, both of them do their basics. So, and that goes for as long as those buffs are on them. They don't fall off by turn. They have to be ticked away. So if the enemy is not putting any debuffs or disables to tick them down, they just stay on there. And every time she has her core, she can bring in another person to the ally attack. So for long boss fights, that is huge if you have 2 or 3 bleed heroes with bleed on their basic, something like Hoplite, Volcalad, Dracula, or Achilles, all have bleeds they place on their basic. If it's a Blaze, it's wide drag, it's Bastet, it's a Sog, it's a Raw is a big one, and they put a Blaze on. Now, Blaze doesn't stack the way Bleeds do, so I don't think it does as much high-end damage as Bleeds do. Specifically, if you're able to maintain 10 bleeds on the enemy on a near constant basis. We've heard that there is a sort of above average multiplier for reaching full stack, which there should be. It's hard to do. So if you build the mechanics and you can get 10 stacks of bleed, you get an outlandish, damage multiplier. But it seems hard to maintain those if they have mend and they're able to tick away at it. But if they don't, there's nothing they could do to stop the bleed. And I have just watched, and I have some pretty good bleed teams. I have Drac, I have Achilles 6-starred, and I have, obviously, Lady Zoc 6-starred. She has bleed. I have Aphrodite, so she can just keep bringing them on and on and on. I have Zeus, who can do some ally attack as well. And I would love Shamash, but I don't have him. I also have the retaliate functions from Heimdall that allow them to just keep basically retaliating and hitting with their basic as well. That works to stack up bleeds. So I'm pretty excited about getting to Fafnir at 151. I think I've already got a pretty solid team. Maybe 100 million, I don't know, maybe 75 million, somewhere in there, maybe 50 million, I'm not sure, but I think I have the mechanics understood in a solid team. But this is an interesting thing for Aphrodite, is the body set. Let me know what you think. Try it out. Okay, we got some of this. We did not get what we were looking for, so we are going to push again and see if we can get another legendary or another epic to help us fully awaken all of our epics. Oh, there's a wall of ice. Reminds me of Game of Thrones. Stand watch on the wall. The Night's Watch. That was a great show. I watched the first 2 seasons of that in Afghanistan on a hard drive, but very good show. And then I had to wait like 2 years to watch season 3 or more because I was deployed and training and back and forth here and there, not able to catch up and know what shows are going on. So I would have periods where I wouldn't watch movies or show for a few years, and then I'd come back and it's cool. I'd get to catch up on all kinds of good shows, good movies that everyone else knew about, already had seen. And I got to experience them and kind of have a lot of good content and know what to watch, what everybody had already raved about. But that's if you don't need to stay on the cutting edge. Right? Mama tells me all the secrets. My shadow tells me all the good news. She says, yep, I'm a shadow, so I see and hear everything. You're a kissable girl. You've got very beautiful eyes, yes. And you need rubs behind your ears because you're so beautiful. Yeah, I know. That's a thing. I love you. Shadow Baby has been with me since she was a little girl. Yeah, you were 8 weeks old. I mean, you were living homeless a little, but we managed. We made it. We climbed up. Yeah. We survived. And then 2 months later, Sammy Samerson came along, and then it was me, you, and Sammy roaming around in California, doing our thing before we moved to Massachusetts. Yeah, did we live in the trailer and pull the trailer around behind the truck? Yeah, we were living on the side of the roads, wherever we could, and working as a consultant. Yeah, I always worked, always had clients, no problems there. I know, because I work a lot. I work hard. Yeah. You agree? You say, Dad, you work too hard sometimes. You didn't even come to bed last night. You never laid down. You didn't stop to work. I know, baby, but we're doing a 10-day push, a 10-day blitz. So unless I go crazy pants Magoo, I gotta keep going. Crazy pants Magoo, you know. I gotta see how far we can push it. I like to move it, move it. That's my account. Ooh, there's our next parody. We could do that. my account. I like to move progressive. Ooh, or we could play off progressive insurance, but we might get sued, so we don't want to do that. Those are funny commercials, though. Do you like the emu ones, or do you like progressive, or do you like the gecko, the Geico gecko? It's a very cutthroat, comedic world. Insurance sales. Who knew? Are you groaning at me? Are you groaning at my commentary? Here we go. We're about to beat it. Let's see what we get. What time is it? It's 12:22. We'll go out in a little bit, okay? I know. But let's see. We got to get a Lego or at least an epic before we go hauling off. No, nothing there. In fact, that was less than nothing because we didn't even get the right scrolls. Yeah. So let's try one more, okay? Do you want to come up on my lap and sit and watch? Okay. Come on. Oh. Come on, baby. Come on. Come on up. Oh. Yes. Here we go, Daddy. We'll hold you. Oh, there we go. There you go. You can sit on my lap. And Daddy. All right. You be the OG, okay? You be the OG now. I'm just gonna sit back here and mind my own business and give you belly rubs and chest rubs. Okay? And you be the OG. Tell the people. Tell them how to win the game. Yeah. What should you do? What do you think? Is it an interesting game? I know it takes my daddy away from me. He didn't cuddle me at all. He was busy. I know. But only in 5 days, we'll have a 10-day rest. And then we'll do it again. Crazy, huh? Yeah, but it'll be smoother then. Probably won't be as hard. It's been kind of frustrating. This one's been tough. A lot of wasted runs. A lot of crashing, stuff like that. Yeah. Are you going to talk? I know you sing and talk. Are you going to say anything on the microphone? What does Shadow have to say? What does the shadow say when a shadow speaks? Oh. Do you do that? Do you go like that? Do you go and it sounds like you're grumbling. Oh, you know what else sounds grumbly? That's a complaining chicken. Oh my. Did you know chickens are complaining these days? Yeah, it's a tough world. Tough world. You want to go down? There, come on, Mama. Oh, there you go. Oh, there you go. I got you. Good girl. I love you. Thank you for coming and visiting. That was very cute of you. Gunner, leave her be, okay? Can you lay down? We're going to go out in a minute, okay? I just got to finish one or two more. We got to get some kind of a good spot to stop, okay? And then we'll let it farm for a few times while we take you out, okay? I know what you want, and you're going to be a bully. I do have part bully in you. You say, I'm going to bully you, Dad, and I'm going to get what I want. I'm going to get the things I need, you know? No matter how. If I got to do it with cuteness, I'm going to bully you with cuteness. Do you bully Daddy with cuteness? It's a hard thing, huh? It's a hard knock life. You're so cute. You just came over and just wanted to be cute? Well, how do I say no to that? How do I say no to that? All right, we are right about to be done again, okay? I think this is a good one. I think we're going to get something super special. What do you think? Yes? No? Maybe so. Pandora is about to go down. She's about to go down swinging. Yeah. Sugar, we're going down swinging. Oh, hold on. I think she's got radiance on her, so she's redirecting damage back at us. So we don't want to actually hit her too hard. Mordred is our winner in that one. He hits with like debuffs and disables, so that's like less damage. He doesn't knock himself out, and he does control and works against her. So, but as we've seen, it's being a little laggy. So what I'm going to do is, once this does finish, there we go, and we see what we get, I'm going to probably close the game and reopen it. Okay, all right. I'm going to close the game and reopen it because it just seems a bit, like I said, tired. I do this fairly often right now, but hopefully in phase or the second wave of alpha, we will overcome some of this, and the experience will be a little bit better. A lot better. I'm sure that the experience will jump up quite a bit in terms, especially in terms of some of the later levels. I think the experience right now from 1 to 120 is perfect. I only think there were some mistakes made in the 100, like 94, 95. It was, you could deal with it because you were still expected to only be at like a level 50. So if you really grinded and got one level 60, you could push through it. You could overcome this broken thing. But when you're 60s and you have to overcome and there's no more place to upgrade easily or quickly, then it doesn't feel the same. It doesn't feel quite as good. So I think it needs to be introduced with a little bit more stepping stone approach where, you know, one level introduces the idea of the synergy but in a really easy way, then the next or 2 levels later introduces it in a more medium way, and then you get your, you know, difficult and then maybe nightmare as, like, you know, the final progression of that. But my thoughts. Let's, okay, we are going to go to, oh, where were we? 130. Yeah, 130, and we will go boom, 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 and Osiris. I'm all jazzed up.
On caffeine pills and motivation.
I'm trying not to incorporate some of the like Marine Corps mantras and Marine Corps isms, because some of them are like a little dark and like, you know, a little dark. I mean, it's like killing in war and stuff like that. So it can be a little dark for people who don't think along those lines or don't laugh and joke along those lines. But when you're in the Marines, it's kind of incumbent that you do face that close encounter with death. Either that you may die. That's one thing you have to sort of grope with and cope with. But the other thing is that you may be put in a position, a circumstance where you're required to kill somebody that you have really nothing against, other than the fact that they have signed up to the team that is against you or considered against you at that time, which, you know, just starts to get into the very most entry-level complexities that war brings to it. And so the people that are sort of at odds with each other are never the people that meet on the battlefield. And so there's two things there that create, and if you've ever read the book On Killing, they talk about those two things. The idea that you have to kill somebody and the idea that somebody wants to kill you, that doesn't know you, doesn't have anything against you, but just wants to kill you, doesn't want you to exist anymore. Those are two of the main causes of PTSD from traumatic combat experiences. Anyways, I digress. I'm always off on a tangent. It's okay. We are almost finished here. We haven't really optimized the speed tuning or like the time to run on this one. 130, I don't think we have. Like I said, I think it's about 4 minutes, if I had to guess. But we got a Heimdall, which gave him the third awakening, which was massive. So now the runs have been far more consistent. It doesn't feel like we're getting close to being knocked out at any time. And we're at 130, so 10 levels away from 140, and obviously we're 12 levels away from the level we're stuck at. So I've been actually farming 140 pretty easily. It's about 5 to 6 minutes, but pretty easily farming 140 for heroes and for other stuff. The only reason I'm farming 130 right now is I'm trying to get all of my legendary tomes that I could need, just get them all in one swoop, while also hunting for heroes, because there's a Legoed possibility drop and epic drop from this level. So I'm killing two birds with one stone, but I don't kill birds. But the metaphor or the phrase is still there, that I am doing two things with one action. So that's how you optimize in this game. If you can do two or better three or really good four things from the one action, that is how you leverage yourself, and that's how individuals, I don't know this content creator personally, but I don't know a better example of like optimized gaming personally, honestly, than Boozer from Raid. Boozer is just, he's a free-to-play endgame player, but he gives you the numbers. He gives you, this is how much of this you're going to need, this is where you go, this is how long it takes, how much energy you're going to take to farm it. He's just really good. It's not flashy. He puts it up and just writes it and shows you. He gives you the information. He doesn't have to package it all crazy and have his videos full of editing and take 4 days to come out. He just is able to put it out, and it's always great information. It's always just what you need to know to make the right decision. So I'm on a rant there too. Boozer, if you see that and that I gave you the shout out and you ever want to do a collab, I am totally in. I think you'd be a great addition to the godforge content creator space here, where Hell Hades and several of the other Sham and several of the other YST and Scratch people from Big Papa Drock is here in the Discord server now. There's people from all over the world. We've got French and Polish and German and Russian, and I've seen all different languages, Spanish, a lot of different, over 100 content creators right now in the Discord server, over 85,000 signups for the Discord. Pretty amazing. You're seeing about 5,000 active people in the Discord every day, probably give or take more or less. I don't watch the numbers super closely, but I do check how many are in there when I come in, and it's pretty safely always at least about 5,000 people, and people are very active, very engaged, talking about the game, excited. And we're 6 months right now from global launch, basically. Probably about 4 to 5 months away from the early program release, because we've got another 5 days, then 10 days off while the team will be doing bug fixes to hopefully clean up a lot of these bugs that came out of the Alpha 1. Then there'll be another 10-day wave of testing, and we'll be in that as well. And we'll be getting a chance to re-roll and start over. I'm going to start with a different starter hero, probably start with Ramses this time, and see how that experience goes. We're going to see what Lego do we get at 30, because it looks like you get a legendary at 30 and 90. So we got Aphrodite and then Hell. I would have loved Aphrodite and then Shamash or Pangu. I mean, Isis, I could have really probably just built and gone all the way if I had just gotten the right. And that's one thing I still find a little challenging. It does still feel like there's only one or two heroes that you get that really can handle, you know, and I get it. Everything has two counters, but when it stops your progression and then like you can't farm the gear that you need to beat it because that's past it, that's tough. When, you know, it just, I know they kind of ran out of space, like 150. Oh, it almost feels like they hit the brakes at 142 and they like hit it way too hard, and we all just went whack off the windshield. That's what it felt like. That's what 142 felt like. We're cruising along, working hard, building it up, getting to a point, going back, building it up, getting to a point, going back, having to work at the bosses to understand them, seeing if stuff worked the way we thought it did, trying different builds, moving gear around. I didn't know you could sell gear for the first 111 levels, so trust me, on the wave 2, we're going to be a bit more efficient with our coin and how much coin we have, because we weren't getting coin from selling the gear. So that's important. Our imprints weren't working. We didn't know that, but there was a bug that if you take the weapon and you put it on your hero, then put the imprint, it's not working. You have to put the imprint on the weapon before it's on your hero, then the imprint will work. We didn't know that, so almost all of our weapons were done the wrong way, and but we'll work on them. We'll be maximizing our weapons and our gear. That'll be the last probably 3 days of really min-maxing. So for the next 2 days, what I'm trying to do is get all of the scrolls, all the tomes. That's what we're going to do here, is the rest of the tomes. Plus, trying to get dupes for Awakening, for key ones. In the next 2 days, we'll do Ascensions. We'll try to make sure that all the Ascensions are fully ascended and get those Alchemy Stones. Most likely the Void Alchemy Stones. So we'll have to do a pretty good run in the next day or two just at those stones and hope that we get enough of them to ascend all of our key players fully, so that no one is lacking any of the ascension bonuses that are, they're not massive, but they're not bad. It's like a skill, like your skill bonuses, like plus 10 damage, stuff like that. But it's duplicated now because there's 2 ways you can get it. So you got 10-20% instead, or 20% instead of 10. Sorry, I had to check on the pups. So that is going to be interesting to test out and see, how does it work? Is it enough? Is it really doing the trick? Or what do we need to help make it work? Imprints, weapons, that stuff like that. We'll help you with all of it. Here we are about to roll into another finish of 130, and we are looking forward to seeing a Lego or an epic or a legendary tome, which we need another 129 of to have enough to fully scroll up all of our current Legos and the 7 Legos we haven't received yet, in case we get them. So we at least need to have 69 or 70 more to cover the Legos we do have, and we need another 60 for the Legos we don't have, but we could have. And then that's give or take a few. Okay, Kate Sith here. 338. So we are now at 130 doing a 338 run. That's not bad. Under 4 minutes. It's like a sub 4 minute mile. I used to run the mile in high school. All right. Whew. Slaying Kate Sith. Emotep, great invoker. I've pulled 3 or 4 copies of them. I used them to roll up a bunch of stuff early on. I had Aphrodite, so my invoker roll was pretty well handled. I just needed to max her out, and that took a lot of work, but it's better to start on a Lego that you know will be in your endgame, or an epic that you know will be in your endgame, than trying to make a rare work, and they may not make it into your endgame, but you won't find that out until the endgame, and then you will have already invested all the resources into that, so probability is a little lower, and I discount that in terms of the risk. So what is the least risky? Obviously, to use the best possible champions. We're going to be putting out, your top 5 heroes for each role. Who's your best invoker? Why? Who's your best DPS damage dealer? Why? Who's your best boss killer? Why? Because there's different roles that are set up. So we don't want to compare Dracula to Beowulf. Well, in a sense we may, because both of them are boss killer types, but Beowulf's kit functions very differently than the bleed stacks that Dracula does. Not at all. Like, Drain or Blaze would be closer to bleed than the damage that Beowulf does, which is more ignore defense. So that's why it's important to really segment and make sure that you know, we aren't comparing apples to oranges, and it doesn't actually help you in decision making as to what should I do, what should I prioritize. That's all you really want to know is what should I only have so much, where should I put it? And I only know what I know right now. In 2 runs, I might get Pangu. In 2 runs, I might get, or 3 runs, I might get Loki. Although I think he's a reward for level 150, but I've seen him as a level 150 reward for other people who have gotten there. But we'll see. Maybe Shamash falls, or Isis, or Anubis. I've seen people with Anubis, or Horus as a defender. Maybe, you know, maybe we see one of those 7. And maybe it makes all the difference. I'm not sure. I'd like to get all 7 and have, and even hell again, and have all 17 Legos and all 15 epics. I probably won't have all the rares built out, but I'll definitely have Kate Sith built out. We already have a Kate Sith 5-star awakened. So basically all I do is just get it 5-star awakened if I want to keep that hero, but I'm not planning to build him right now. So I have a number of rares like Tristane, all is old, and they're all 5-star awakened because they just get a lot of these heroes. I will say I think we maybe got a little too many of the heroes, and a lot of the hero drop rates were 45 to 55%. So almost half the time you are getting a hero of either rare, epic, or legendary. So I'm sure it's like 60, 30, 10, right? Like 60% rare, 30% epic, 10% legendary, for instance, which wouldn't be a very unfair if that sounds decent, except that means that 50%, this is Ron Burgundy math, 50% of the time it works 60% of the time. So like you are, it's not going to work because you wind up getting half the time you farm a level that drops a hero, you're getting one. And it is most likely a rare. And the system is not well set up right now to build up rares and commons and uncommons easily as food heroes. It's very manual, and we knew it would be in the alpha, but it's still very manual. So having to deal with the number of rares and uncommons and commons that you get in just 10 or 15 runs, which you have more than enough energy to do dozens of runs, hundreds of runs. And so obviously you want to put them towards all the different things you need, and that's what the dashboard is there to do, is to show you all the things you need for that one hero to get them fully maxed out. And where are you on all these different things for your KPIs? Where are you on Ascension? Where are you on Awakening? Where are you on your scrolls? Where are you, and that's what you want to see in one dashboard. So that's what I'm putting together, and we'll be testing it and refining it during this alpha, so that hopefully we'll be able to put it out for you guys to use in Alpha 2 as a resource that boosts your experience and boosts your results. I'll let you know more as we get there soon. All right, Heimdall. 3 minutes, 45 seconds roughly-ish. And we will be seeing another possible epic or Lego. Now, those drop rates were things we saw early, like day 1, and they since disappeared following several of the updates that were made. So I don't know if those were the actual drop rates, or if they were the old drop rates, like a placeholder, and they're not actually the drop rates now. So we don't know. But I will say you get a lot of heroes. There's no shortage of heroes, which is fun, and it's a big part of it. But and you got to awaken them, and you got to take a bunch of the. There's several heroes that are good for their imprints. Okay, you need to extract their imprint. I will show you what I'm talking about while that finishes up. So we have the passives right here. We didn't finish. There's still a few left. from a Nox on a Moon and Hell and Set and a few of the ones, like I said, I'm missing. But here is their passive ability. And I just have one that's messed up. But Guan Yu's deal 20% increased damage to enemy under Drain, because he puts Drain. It's right there. So, let me just... There we go. All right. So, you have everybody except for 2, 4, 6, 8. And this is their passives. So, next to it, this is their imprint ability. That is if you extract the passive from the character, you lose the character, but you get a passive, and hey, relax. But you get an imprint, and it's in your imprint library. So after the battle here, we'll show you the imprint library where you can see all that. But that is where you have your imprints sitting in order to be put on weapons. So, for instance, let me just wrap that text. Save. So, for instance, now anything in orange here means it has not been confirmed, because you have to actually take the imprint to get the I mean, you can go and you can put it in and it shows you what the imprint is going to be, but I'm still not 100%, so I want to make sure I check them by pulling an imprint for every hero, and that will make sure that we know and have a complete list of all the imprints, and we can search it and basically know whose imprint we want on a team's weapons. Like, okay, all 4 members of the team need to have this. For instance, what's a good one? King or Tut, Tutankhamun. Tutankhamun has a passive that says, and this is a rare from the Aru faction, the Egyptian, attacks have a 10% chance to place Curse 1 on the target for 3 turns. Okay, so what is Curse? Curse basically keeps you from getting full healing, and it blocks revive. It gives a chance for you to have your revive blocked if you're killed. So that is his passive. Now you see to the right, his imprint is typically 50% of what his passive is. That is a sort of a rule of thumb. So attacks have a 10% chance, that's still the same, to place Curse 1 on the target for 3 turns. In his case, and in some cases, his passive and his imprint are exactly the same. But if you were to look at Leonidas, he's a good example of a imprint that is about 50% of a passive. He has a 60% chance to convert 100% of incoming damage from attacks into a barrier. The barrier cannot exceed more than 10% of his health. So if you give him a ton of HP, and he has a 60% chance to turn all of that incoming damage into a barrier, and the more HP he has, the more barrier that is. So it makes him tankier. Really a great passive and a great imprint. Now the imprint has a 30, not 60% chance, halved it, to convert 50% of the incoming damage into barrier, but that still could be really amazing if put on a weapon and given to a hero other than Leonidas. That is a really powerful 30% chance to take half the damage and turn it into a barrier that is at least 10%. That's you're taking only 40% of the whole damage if you take damage. Okay, so that's interesting. This one, Musashi, places Ward, which blocks damage, on the hero for 1 turn after they place Taunt on an enemy. So Green Knight places Taunt on his core. You could put this Musashi imprint on Green Knight's weapon, and then every time that Green Knight uses his Taunt, he places Ward on himself, like block damage for 1 turn. Very cool thing that you could do there. There's tons of Blaze features, so like you can take Icarus has Blaze, and Asag has Blaze, and there's a Broomhild has a really interesting blaze. If she's under Radiance buff, and Radiance reflects and is sort of like a reflect damage buff, if she's under that, then it places Blaze 2 for 1 turn on the enemy that attacked her, sort of like in Raid with, oh man, I'm not going to remember him from the Demon Spawn. The free one you get, you know, from getting the shard pieces. But anyways, he's a burner, and every time you attack him, it puts two burn debuffs on. They have a similar function in Broomhild, and I'll be honest, she has a brokenly good kit. I didn't get to try her out too much because I didn't get her until like, I don't know, 100 something. I didn't get her till like fairly late. I built her up slowly, but I already had Heimdall, so it was hard to replace him. But this is another one. Kate Sith, I would say, is one you should look at. At the start of the round, place Vanish on the hero for 1 turn, while under Vanish increases the attack and accuracy by 10%. So if you have a Disruptor, that helps. If you have a Brawler or a Slayer, that helps. Especially a Slayer with a debuff or a Disable, that helps. To put Kate Sith's imprint on their weapon. And then they get Vanish, and they get to hide under that. Let me see. Bauk has a 25% chance, it looks like, to counterattack when he receives a debuff or disable. Any debuff or disable, he has a 1 in 4 chance to counterattack. That's pretty cool. If you put it on someone with a bleed on their basic, because they're going to counterattack with their basic, then every time they're hit with a debuff or disable, they have a 25% chance to break through it and still counterattack and put bleeds on. So it's like they're not actually disabled or debuffed as much. So that's interesting. This one also, Dagonet, I think will be used a lot. Has a 30% chance, that might be a 15% chance, we're not sure, but a 30% chance to join an ally in attacking if the target is below 50% HP. It's kind of like ganging up on someone who's about to fall. I think I could see a team of 4 or 5 folks with Dagonet's imprint on their weapons, and then that gives each of them a 30% chance to join in an ally attack. If you have Shamash and you have Zeus and you have Aphrodite all on that team, then they each have an ally attack. Hippolyta has an ally attack. There's a bunch of ways you can do that, and it will pull everyone else in and go after the lowest HP target. So it's great at, you know, really what we call in the Marine Corps focusing your fires, or like, you know, really just coming to bear with a lot of firepower in one place at one time so that you can punch through and get past certain levels. Hippolyta also increases the defense of all our allies. So if you have defense-based damage dealers, that's kind of like attack up for you. Hercules, if you are to get so many Herculeses that you awaken your Hercules to level 5 and you have 1 extra, then you might want to extract his passive, and he prevents the hero's death and heals them to 50% of their max HP instead of his passive, which heals by 100%, which is what we're pretty sure this is. Also, Isolde has an interesting heal function. When an ally defender is attacked, maybe something like Heimdall or Broomhild or something like that, then heals all allies by 2.5% of the hero's max HP. So you have a very tanky, high HP defender with Isolde's imprint. You are healing everyone, lifesteal style, in a sense, by 2.5% of the max HP. So that's an interesting passives and imprints that you can look at. You've got Percival's increases the hero's resistance by 10% for each buff they are under. So if you put them with the Quetzalcoatl, or I'm trying to think of what's another good buffer. Quetzalcoatl puts a lot of good friendly buffs. That's a bad A buffer. Who else does? Heimdall. Heimdall puts a lot of buffs. So this is, Percival's imprint on Heimdall's weapon could be really powerful as he stacks up his buffs. His res goes up by 10 as a 10x multiplier for every buff. That actually is huge. So Percival could be the absolute best imprint maybe for a Heimdall weapon, but we'll have to test these things. Green Knight reflects 30% of damage inflicted to him back at the enemy, and if he falls below 50% health, he placed 2 mends on him for 1 turn. That's going to take 2 bleed stacks off of him. So there's a way to counter bleed, is you can take Green Knights. Now I have Green Knight fully awakened to 5 stars, so if I get another one, in the farming I'm doing now, then I could extract it and put that imprint on somebody maybe on my bleed team in case the bleeds are being bounced back. Although Dracula likes to have as many bleeds as possible in the battlefield, that increases his multiplier, so you might not want to put this on your bleed team. But maybe a team that goes up against the bleed team would be really powerful. Heimdall also, not that you're probably sacrificing your 6th Heimdall, but allies under any buff have a 15% chance to reflect any debuff received. And if you had him with the Percival imprint and his res is going up by 10% for every buff he's under, that looks unkillable. I just haven't had a chance to try it out just yet because my Percival is fully awakened and I haven't gotten another one. So let's take a look. Oh, we are almost at the end, my friend. And that is some of the passives and imprints. Once I have it fully done, I'll push it to the Discord community resources and make sure that you have it so you can look and start figuring out. And I'll put with it the weapons like that we know as well, because I have the weapons in the smithy. So you have the passives and you have the imprints, and then over here you have all the weapons. So I can actually copy and paste that right into the passives. Paste. And so you'll be able to look at the weapons, you'll be able to look at the passives, and you'll be able to look at the imprints. And I think that will make it really easy to find cool synergies. Alright, so we did not get what we were looking for on that one, and they seem to be a little longer, or maybe we're just missing some of the ends and beginnings. So we're going to stop it after this one because we don't hear the music either, so I usually take that as a sign where I need to restart it or give it a focus because it's kind of been in the background and maybe that's why it's not running so smoothly. But I happen to believe that the glitches and the issues with lag that I'm seeing are because of the heroes I'm using and how I'm using them, like how their stats are built out and how their kits are fully built out. They're fully scrolled out. They're fully, all of it. And I think that they're going so fast that they're causing the logic to have a hard time with it. And so that's good. That's the testing we want to do. It's not fun because you can see how much of a slog it is to stay positive and stay motivated when you just keep getting hit with failure in the face for no real apparent reason. Like, not like you're failing. You're doing all the progression things you're supposed to do to get to an end game account. And then it's like you get there and you cross that, not the finish line, but 140. It's like, oh my God, I'm in the final stretch, right? The final 10 levels. I'm excited. I'm going to do this. I'm going to go 41. I'm going to fight through whatever each one of these levels are, and I'm going to get to 150 and 151. I'm going to do this. And then you just step into 142, and it's not a finish line, but you cross that line, and someone just comes out and just punches you, just knocks you out. And you're like, oh, I thought I was doing good. And I get it. You want to have that reality check, and it could be so much harder. I just wish there had been a few more signs of what's to come. I mean, we'd seen Smash in some other other teams, but I don't know that his speed was as high. I haven't been able to figure out all the the stats he had or whatever. We don't know if he was ascended, awakened, any of that. Had gear on, didn't have gear on. We don't know, so we don't know what you're up against, and that's tricky. But we'll get it figured out, and we'll let you know so you don't have the same pain points and headaches that I did. Alrighty. Coming in on another finish here. Still got a little... Osiris has a little bit of a pink box, kind of like Tristane. So that is a bug, a pretty well known bug, I would say, and they'll work on fixing it. There was a number of heroes in the first day that I would have absolutely built and used in the first 30 or 40 levels to try to create dynamic teams to get through, but they were either not accessible, like you couldn't see their name, you couldn't see their skills, so it was kind of like, all right, well, I'm not going to use this one because I don't even know what I'm getting. The ability to see the kit and look at it and assess its value or assess its role in your team is a really big part of the game. And being able to see your team as a collection of 4 roles or 5 roles, and there being a gradient of the best for that role to the, well, I guess that'll work. And sometimes you have to do that. That's it. That's all you have, and you gear it a specific way to be able to make it work. Or you manually push it through and it's rough and you don't enjoy it and you don't want to do it again, but it might teach you something about how to do it more efficiently. I definitely learned a lot in this last 5 days about how I would have done things if I got a reroll. So, here we will be in the Alpha Wave 2 in about 15 days, so almost a little over 15 days, because it is 1 o'clock. So 2 hours ago, it was 15 days away. So not long, 2 weeks, and then we will be back to starting fresh in the game and progressing again and seeing how we do with all the knowledge we have now. All right, we finished again. Let's see a Lego. Can I see, or some tomes? I don't mind. Guan Yu. Oh, we got 4 tomes. All right. That's big. That's big. My mustache getting wild. Getting bushy. All right. Let's go to abilities. Check you're done, right? No, one more. All right. Track's good. I'm gonna go to Raw next. We have all but 2 for him. Okay, so maxed out Raw. So now we have Quetzalcoatl with 12, Sphinx with 16, YDG with 17, and Herc with 16. So let's get to YDG, because this guy he's tough. He's got a lot of books. Gotta read. It's like me as a kid. I love to read. Hardy Boys. That's all I did all summer was just read the whole Hardy Boys series, like, 110 volumes at 100 pages apiece. Oh, there we go. Alright, so see how the Ascension, we have a lot of Ascension stones that we need, but let me see, 20, yeah, we need Ascension stones, and we'll collect all that up, and we'll have it really sort of laid out for ourselves to know in that table, to know exactly how many of each we need, and all that. So there's Broomhild. Let's see. Oh, bringing this guy up to the show. Yeah, success. Boom. That's our sleep hero right there. And who else did we need? We need to bring up Quetzalcoatl. 25,000. We have that. 815,000. We just need that. So that will be our next one. Will be a Quetzalcoatl. Let's throw it in. I like that we're getting the scrolls though. We need 65 more for the legendaries that we have, and then we certainly could stop. We wouldn't need to farm more. But if we wanted to get an average of 15 for each of the 7 Legos we don't have, that would be another 60 or so, 65 books again. So I kind of have 2 waves of 60 to 65 books that are tomes that I need to get, and then I won't need to do any more with those levels that drop them. I will be able to focus on levels that drop weapons and gear, and also weapons levels that drop duplicates of heroes, so that I can fully ascend or awaken, and then I have to get ascension stones so I can fully ascend and awaken and get the gear maxed out. But being able to take one of those or 2 of those things out of play and saying that's completely done is nice, and it lets you focus on having fewer streams to manage. So for me, getting those done seems the easiest, and most of it just came about as a result of climbing. We just got a lot of scrolls. Like I said, it was seemed even almost too many. I would say might have been need to be dialed back just a little, because they didn't feel as valuable. I think raid scrolls feel a little more valuable. Obviously they are, but and I like that you could farm them here in this one level. You can farm, I don't know, I haven't gone past 142, so there might be another level in the 140s where you can farm it as well, but we haven't gotten there just yet. We're gonna be doing all this work to upgrade and update and do that, and then we'll, at the end of this, we'll give a shot at 142 and see if we've magically found the right way to get through the level, or if it just works for us, we get a good RNG. We'll give it a run or 2, and then we'll see where we're at. But for right now, we're just enjoying beating this level and getting either books or tomes or champions or things like that. It's really a good level. I like what the rewards are. It's a hard level. 130 is not easy, but it's a fun level, and you can really feel like you can swing away a little bit. Mordred and Confuse, and Loki has it too. Although I'd say I think Mordred might be the #1 disruptor in the game. Really, really, really powerful disruptor. That's my #1 is Mordred. But I've had Dagonet. I've had Dagonet. I've had Scotty. Plenty of different disruptors. Let me actually see. Let me see our hero baseline. We'll look at all the disruptors. So we have, what are we getting? What are we getting? Lego? Epic? Tag on that. Well, he's a disruptor. Okay, another one. So let's see. Who are the disruptors? We have Kate Sith. That's a disruptor, rare disruptor. Dagonet, you just saw. Loki, legendary disruptor. Mordred, my pick for the #1 disruptor. You have Odin as a disruptor. He's probably #2, I would say. As a Lego, he's Loki is probably 3. I would say Mordred, Odin, Loki is my top 3. Let me know if you think differently. Pandora is maybe 5. Set is in there. Set was more of a damage dealer. I didn't really build Set out. And then Scotty. Scotty is probably my #4 pick. She's great in the early and mid game where you don't have a lot of control champions or those or disable functions. So yeah, she's really good. In terms of disruptors in the lower levels, you only have Kunoichi who is the Izumu disruptor, and you have my buddy, the satyr, who we just 6-starred, and he has sleep. He has sleep on his kit, so that's why we chose to push him up, because a number of the 2-star challenges, and we'll do some of those after we finish this, a number of the 2-star challenges involve commons and uncommons and finishing the level without losses. So satyr was our choice for the common. And our uncommon, I think Shublagal is a good one. The Nemean Lion's a good one. Shield Maiden's even not bad. Medjay's not bad. Mummy is not bad. Knight is not bad. Pretty good too. And Spartan is not bad. And Hoplite actually isn't terrible either. All right, so let's see how quickly we beat this. But we are giving you kind of a rundown on all that we've been doing to get ourselves in a position to 151 and to max at over 1 billion damage for the Fafnir boss. Now we're not in the very top of the leaderboard yet, but I like the idea of being a tortoise, not a hare. Something where I may not finish first, but I am not easy to. I don't just fall off. So we're kind of a Master Oogway type tortoise, and we just keep plodding along consistently and doing the right things. And I think at the end of this 10 days, that process will show itself to be valuable, and we will put up very respectable numbers. I think we'll do 151, obviously, get to 151. I think that we will 2-star all the levels. And I think that we will be in the top 10 for damage for the 151 boss. That's my prediction, not a brag. I just think we have the account set up for it, maybe better so than some people. There were a lot of different glitches that different people got, which is kind of funny. It was almost like some people it worked and helped them, some things it stopped them, but some got a glitch where they kept getting energy, so they had 4,000, 5,000, 6,000 energy. It just kept going up, so they didn't have any issues with grinding as much as they could, but that's sometimes not an advantage, because the time to run a thing, like the difference between 6,000 and 10,000 energy doesn't matter if you can't use it. So that's one glitch, but I would say I think my glitch that I happened to get was better. Nothing there. So my glitch was that I had 2 5-star spirits that I got dropped from 125. It's the first level that 5-star spirits drop from. And I was using those and 3 food champions, level 5 food champions, to try to promote my second legendary, and it was who was it? Beowulf Gilgamesh was my first 6-star, and then I was trying to put up Heimdall. I think it was Heimdall. I was trying to push Heimdall up to 60 or something like that, and it wouldn't work. It kept giving me this error message, and I was like, all right. And so I was like, all right, let me try another hero. So I grabbed Aphrodite, and I was like, well, she's my support hero. She probably could stay at 50. Let me do the DPSs, but I was like, but I just want to try and see if this works. So I tried to rank her up to 60 with my 5 food, and it didn't work. Popped up again. Now every time it popped up, it would take the 2 5-star spirits, and it would give me the 2 back and 2 new ones. So it was like It was like copying it. So I did that a couple times, and then when I I noticed it was like duplicating, and I had 5, and then I went and I promoted a 5-star. It went to 6-star, and I had 10 more spirit. I had 10 spirits. The 5 didn't get used. I now had 10, where I had 5 before I promoted this hero to 5-star. I did it like 3 or 4 times before it stopped working, and so it gave me about 40 or 50 5-star spirits, which has allowed me to level up. I think I have 14 heroes at 6 stars right now. They're not all at 60. I'm pushing them all to 60, but 9 legendaries are all at 6 star right now, except for Quetzalcoatl. Sorry, 8 of the 9 are at 6 star. Quetzalcoatl, we're working to put it up to 6 stars with our last like 5-star spirits from that whole glitch. So we'll be back to normal. But I think that was better because my account, I mean, I may not have the best gear, but I have so many 60s that I can try this and try that combo that other people are kind of stuck with their 4 or 5 heroes that they're trying to get to 60. And getting 6 to 60 is going to be huge for them. And I have 14 at 60 already, or 6 star at least, and I have about 10 of those 14 are already at 60. So I now have taken that leveling and promoting out of it, and if I can take scrolls out of it, and then today I'm going to get the rest of the Ascension Stones, so Ascension is out of it. Now it's just dupes and weapons and gear, and it's 3 things to farm, and we really will hone in on the last 3 days just with weapons, gear, and any dupes we need to get an awakening fully to 5. So that's the strategy. It's not crazy. It's not like rocket surgery, but sharing it with you so that if it helps you, good. We're all here to have a good experience and help Fateless with the testing. It's not fun to be in the slog and not have the fun experience too, but it's definitely been there. This game is really looking like it's going to be good. We definitely, in very real honest terms, got a bit of a brutal first wave. It was harder. It was rough. Some of the bugs, I think if, say, half the bugs that I experienced, if they're not there in Wave 2, this game is incredibly fun. Really fun. I didn't stop playing it. I haven't stopped playing it. It's been great. And if some of the really frustrating things that were in this wave are fixed, whew, by the 3rd wave with the fixes it's going to be really, really refined. It's going to be really honed in, and I'm excited. All right, we are about to get to the final wave. Heimdall. Let's watch this one from the top. Or cinematic view. Yeah, you're so big. You're so big. You're a big boy, too. I know, Sammy. You're a big boy. Did they make you in the game, too? Big Sammy Samerson. Reflect damage up. Alrighty. A lot of scrapes on you, buddy. What's up? What you been up to? You going running through the pricker bushes or something? You got like scrapes and little cuts all over you. I notice it all of a sudden when I rub my hand through your hair. I feel all these bumpies, and I think, "Oh, is that a tick?" It's not a tick. You got a little scab. What'd you do? I think you go running through the pricker bushes and you don't care about the prickers, but they do hurt. Those little thorns are no joke. Especially if you run through them, they get you with and tear your skin and stuff. You gotta be careful with that. Don't go running in there headlong. Just go in gently. All right, we did it. What are we gonna get? Lego, Epic, Tome, None of the above? A rare? Oh, Pangu! Oh, that's huge. Oh, Pangu. I think we might be able to beat. I think Quetzalcoatl just got bumped out of the next 5-star promotion. It is all Pangus. Let's look at this. Attack an enemy. This is the basic World Splitter, also the name of his weapon. Attack an enemy, one enemy, 18% times HP and 150% times attack. That's a very big dual multiplier. He hits hard. If this hero has more initiative than speed, increase their res by 1. Otherwise, increase their defense by 1. So you can choose. Do you want speed over initiative, res over defense? He has 4 scrolls here, giving him 10, 15, 25% more damage when fully booked out. So we have one of our 60 books that we were planning on from the 7. We now only have 6 in our wish list that we haven't gotten yet. Smash, Loki, Odin, Isis, Anubis, and Horus. We've got Pangu, and if I had to choose, I would have chosen Pangu or Smash or Isis. Honestly, those were the 3 I was hoping for, because I've heard that they're the ones that help you get past 142's nonsense. All right, so the core for Pangu, Heaven and Earth. Place accuracy up 2, which gives us 40% accuracy, or 40 accuracy. I'm not sure if it's percent. Yeah, I think it's 40. On the hero for 2 turns and attacks AoE, HP, attack, and initiative. 1,200 initiative. So I think you're going to want to build him with super high initiative over the speed. And then if his hero has more initiative than speed, he does defense down. If not, he does initiative down so that the speed, the enemy isn't getting their divinity up and getting their ultimate faster, and it cuts in before your speed advantage anyways. So that's very interesting, adds damage, and his ultimate, Yin and Yang, puts res up to 40 res on the hero for 2 turns, then attacks all enemies, HP, attack, and speed. So you'll want speed, you'll want initiative, you'll want, let's write these down. Speed, initiative, you'll want attack and HP. HP percentage and attack percentage. So there's a lot of multipliers you can add up there. And then if the hero has more drain 2, speed down 2 is the 2 different debuffs. Passive. If this hero has more initiative, and let's write it into our passives list because we now have Pangu. Oh, we've seen this one. Okay, so we did have his passive already. All right, let's go to our heroes and let us revel in a Pangu. Here we have our 6-star satyr, who we'll be using as our common. Oh, but look at that. We got another Musashi? Or do we have the one? Oh, we have another Musashi. Boom, boom, confirm. That's good. I didn't see that. Musashi as the epic. Pangu and Heimdall as the 2 Legos. And we did not farm for very long. That was pretty awesome. You can see Sphinx is getting to 60, Ra is getting to 60, Y-Drag's getting to 60, Osiris is getting to 60, Zeus is getting to 60, but we already have 8 at 60, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, basically 14, 15 Legos that are going to be at 60, or 16 heroes, sorry, not Legos, there's epics in there too. Musashi, satyr. Let's see if we have any satyrs. Nope, we didn't get any satyrs. Okay. Bastet. Nope, no Bastets. That's the easiest way to check. Baux. This is food, 4-star food. Abilities, info. too far with the hound because we've got to push the Pangu man. There he is. Upgrade. Ranked all the way up. And we just got to go get a little bit more coin. Alright, so he needs very high initiative. We'll have to see if we even have that kind of gear or if we have to go farm him. I think we have to go farm him gear. Yeah, I don't think we have very much right now. Nope. So we will have to farm him some gear. Let's see, we have HP on that one. Defense. Attack crit rate, Defense. We could just take Aphrodite's gear. Alright, let's try that and see if we'll rebuild Aphrodite with body gear on. That might be the smarter move. So he doesn't really need crit. We might leave that on her as that also will leave on her. HP, initiative, accuracy, that's good enough for now. World Splitter increases all stats by 2%. Reflects 15% of his attack to the enemy. Okay, equip. It might not be working, but it's not bad. Okay, so we need, what's this one? Attack, that works for now. What's this one? Accuracy, crit damage. Okay, so we need to go farm one piece of gear. Gauntlets, that's what we're looking for, but not the right ones. Where is it? Oop. Gauntlets, there we go. 84. 1984, just like me. Let's do this, let's do this, let's do this, let's do this, and see how that works. Nice. We are slopping. This is a damage dealing team right here. Watch out, Isis. Okay, did we get it? Attack, defense, speed, HP. Let's go put that on. That's good enough for right now. Good enough for government work, you know what I mean? Let's see where the Pangu Master was. Cool. Gear. Equip. What does it go? Speed, defense, HP. Nice, okay. initiative. Nice. This guy's gonna rock the Casbah. Rock the Casbah.
Sorry, don't like it.
Alright, so we have more than enough of that, but we need 700,000 coin. Alright, let's see. 790 coin, and let's see what, did we need anything more for our friend here. She's gonna be 4 pieces. Helmet, chest, legs, and boots. Speed, initiative, speed. Alright, so let's make sure by name that there is none of what we're looking for. Okay. Okay. Sell it. One down, so we don't have, well, we're okay for now. Legs. Archelon, HP, defense, speed, attack, HP, initiative for 9, but need speed. Okay, so let's see. Oh, boom, boom, boom. Okay. So let's go see if we can get a helmet. Helmet from Body Gear. Look at this. Let's see how it runs at 101. Well, dang. Smash through that. And then this is kind of actually a preview now that I think of it of 142. Funny enough. But either they're, yeah, he brings them right back, and Herc. This is actually, it must just be slower. Raws down. Ooh, Aphrodite gets it. Ooh. Cyrus is just like, I ain't even impressed. Oh, he puts acid. Oh no, he got acid. Woo! Osiris just spanked Hercules. Nice. My Osiris build is working. Alright, so we have Guardian. That's not it. edit the team just a hair, because I want to put in Mr. Pangu. 35% HP. Let's do 25%. So we just need chest or helmet, legs, and boots from the body gear type, and we're going to put that on Aphrodite. Of course, we're looking for 4 and 5. We'll accept a 3, level 3 if we have to, but we'd really like 4 or 5. We want stats pups out to go potty once we finish this run, okay? Once we finish this run, we'll set it on auto, because it looks to be handling the business once we know it's going to do it. I know, once we know it's going to do it, and I'll bring you out, okay? I don't think I did, so just go back over there, and I'll be right over, okay? I just got to make sure that this works first, and that we don't leave it to just fail, because that's silly. But Osiris is good. He's taking out Hercules like it's his job, his mission in life. Okay, so let's go like this, and I'll be right back, and we are going to put up farming. All right, so I'll be right back.
took you guys out.
Nose. Oh, we got defeated on 101. Hilarious. Hilarious. Okay. Well, we didn't do any streaming then. Or didn't do any advancement or any grinding. Okay, I can handle it. Looking for a body set, helmet, legs, and boots for Aphrodite. Hey, ISIS, going down. Not ready yet, bud. I know you like to get it, but it's not ready yet. Let's not mess around on this one. There we go. See if we can get a little bit of gear. We haven't actually completed it, and it's 101, which is weird. Kicking our butt for some reason. see some body gear. At a shrine gear. 207. Just. Oh, it's on me. Set, not what we're looking for. 4, 5 body set. Body piece. body gear. Shrine gear. Always the thing you're not looking for is what you get a ton of, but we'll save those shrines. They're all kind of level 2, so it's not really that good. There's probably another level, like 141 that, in fact, let's go to 141. We could probably do better than this. Okay, what do we get? Body, body, body. No body. Avenger. Okay. Taverns. Okay. We'll do this one then. Doing it. There we go. This is a tough one to 2-star. You have to do it with only Virage heroes, and there are only 4 Virage heroes in the game. Drac, Volkalak, well, in the alpha, Volkalak, Maria Marevna, and Bauk. Those are it. You have to build a team and beat it with those 4 to get the 2 stars. So we have a Bauk working up, so we'll get him ready. And the next day or so, we'll make sure we push and take care of all of our 2 stars. Get it as close to 100% as we can. We can get a piece of good body gear. Beat up on Ra and Odin and Zeus and Bastet. That's a tough little go. Tough. That's no joke. Then we can confuse them. What do you give him the old okey doke? Stand the okey doke. You know about the okey doke? Knocking stuff over. What we got here? Do we got what we need? Oh, Oh, the horses. What do we got? Defense. Alright, hold on. It might be a placeholder, but let's see. Obviously, it's flat stat defense, but and she doesn't need accuracy, but we can put it in place. We just need a better one. And then we can go back and do this one. Try to get it either initiative or speed or some combination of the two. Hello, Bauk. I'm going to swap Gilgamesh for Herc and do it again. There we go. Get crazy with the ultimate. This is the first time we've used the combination here where we put Aphrodite in a 4-piece body set, and that gives her 25% healing from her basic, but her basic is the ally attack, so it's really Herc's growing attack and HP. So she just keeps healing for more as Herc keeps getting stronger and hitting for more. At some point, One side or the other's got to give in. I think Isis will be the one to fall. She's already around a half. There we go. Herc is getting his ultimate at least 12 times. Gotta be. Yeah. Wish it showed when he got, like, maxed out. Trying to think about what to do with all that we've given it. There we go. Skip my turn, skip my turn. It's no big thing. I don't really want to go anyways. I don't want to beat you. I want to sit here and watch you just freeze for 2 hours. Hello, come on, Mr. Game. Surprised that Hurt can't get past this. They've got a lot of men's on, but I feel like at some point, maybe we put bleed in. Alright. Let's try this. it. Grain to it, mister. Try manual, let's see if that helps. Oh, that is not bad. Alright, we got... Oh yeah, oh yeah. like it's gonna win, which is weird because this is only, well, I guess it's 136, but I thought that Herc would have what it took, or Drac would have what it took, but nobody had what it took. Let's see if that works. Alright, while we're waiting on that, I am gonna go up and grab something to eat and fill my drink. So I will be right back, and I'm gonna let this farm and see if we can get this one beat and get some body gear. Alright. stuck again, huh? Relax, babies. Calm down. Hey, stop. Hey, stop. Stop barking. Shadow. You're being naughty. I'm literally telling you stop, and you're doing it. She's broken as anything. No wonder why I can't get this gear. I can't get this level to work again. Hey, it's working, or sort of. Oh, such a waste of time. Always wasting time. chain on. Oh, get out of here. That didn't kill her. It didn't stop her. And that's the stuff that feels broken right there. Like, isn't that exactly what that debuff is supposed to do, is stop that from happening? And it doesn't, so... And you go, okay, well, what do I do? How do I make this work? Because that doesn't make any sense. Alright, let's go, let's go, let's go. More dread. Oh, so close. There we go. Finally. Whew. Had to do some manual labor. But we really need these pieces of body gear. So, you know, what you gonna do? They come for you. You gotta manual it. Take life into the manual hands. Rock and roll. I don't know what I'm saying. Not the faintest clue. Is this the second or the third wave here? I feel like I've been fighting this battle for 18 years. Get Horus to die. I don't understand. worth it. I better not get some piece of crap gear, huh? It's like the longest gear farm ever. And giving me hugs. That's very nice of you. I like cuddling with you. You're a sweet boy. Yeah. A soulful little puppy. Are you a soulful little puppy? Pricker bush? You guys go crazy out there. Gotta take it easier on yourself. I don't think we can beat these levels all of a sudden. I don't know what's going on. Hey, go later. All the levels that we just beat like easily are now like impossible. I don't know. Our count feels like it got worse even though it got better. It's really odd. Like clearly got better, but it feels like it got a lot worse. Like it's not near as effective as it used to be. Weird. That's one. So we need 3 more 4 stars. Let's make some 4 stars. Much obliged. 1. We just need 115,000. Okay. 136. 106. All right. That's how you do it. Rise all alone. Nice. Zeus took out Zeus. Mordred took out everything else. We got an ally attack. Oof. Fight for your right. To get the right gear. Come on now. Let's see that gear drop. It's the one we want. Okay, not it. Nice. Go for it. Quadruple smash. Look at that. That's what Zeus brings. What Zeus gets on the loose. Oh yeah. Wow. I think I'm allergic to the game. Just kidding. Just kidding. What do we get? What do we get? Not it. Well, later. Well, later. Right. Still not the right one. But we're getting XP and we're getting all that we need to push Pangu up to 6 stars. done. Come on now. Body gear, body gear. Nope, that's Guardian. Still no boots for the body. The body boots are hard to come by. Guardian, no bueno. Can't buy a bucket right now, huh, you kids? Can't seem to get any of the gear set we're looking for. It's the grind. And we got... I missed it. I missed clicking it. let's stop it this time. Shrine, okay. Let's go look at what that body piece was. Maybe at least it's a holder, a placeholder. Not the best piece. Yeah. Pretty bad indeed, I would say. Hard to come by. Back here. Trying to get some body gear, at least for the moment, and then we might peel off back to 130 and try to get the rest of our tomes and see if we pull any further Legos or epics, since we've done some good farming that we need to do here, and we haven't really gotten too much in terms of gear. That, like, we only have one piece and it was a 1-star. It's like, oh, thanks. That sucks. So we haven't gotten it yet, but I think the reason that this gear is hard to get is that it's pretty good. So I'm excited to see how it works. If it works. First we gotta get some. Percival will not go down. Knocks in a moon. Well, holy moly! Zeus hits like a storm god or something. Oh wow, that's it. Let's see, what do we get? What do we get? Huh? No gear. Who do we want to pair with this? The invokers, huh? It's 2 invokers right there. Is that 3? Let's see if this will work. So far, so good. Now we can hit harder. Now Crucible, one more. And we should be 2-star in this. Odin, Loki, Hel, Heimdall, and Hippolyta. Oof, almost. We're buffing. They're all confused, so they're going to hit each other. That's awesome. And might even kill each other because they're real close to... Oof, lucky Heimdall didn't die. Okay, Heimdall's down. Oh, oof. He cleans house. We should have a 2-star here. Didn't give it to us. Oh, maybe she's not an invoker. Yeah, she's a defender, okay. So that's why they didn't give it to us. 1, 2. See if we can do that. Two down. There we go. Soul to go. Not bad. Take rush. She's confused. Good job. No hits on us. A lot of buffs. I would have gone for Mordred, but Petrify. Could have chosen Mordred too again there. We have ultimates that might save us. Yep. The defense up right before puts all the buffs on us. Oh, I got 3 confuses. Went down? Nope, almost. But no cigar. 2 or 3 are real close. We are real close to being down. Let's hit hard. Okay, one's down. Nope. No, so not bad. Okay. Knock down the hound. There you go, the hound is down. Mordred's down. Imhotep's down. Oh, look at us go. Look at us go. Slow but surely. Okay, last wave. Odin, Loki, Heimdall, Hel, and Hippolyta. Let's rip. Oops, took Odin out. Oh, come on, it's old. You had one job. Loki in hell and you're good. Odin will go down anyway. He's a lightweighter. Oh, hell's so close. Take her out. There we go. Hell's out. Loki, stop playing around and get out of here. Crush. Ooh, Odin, Hippolyta go down. Loki's a jokester without a punchline. There we go. We did it. We did it. Did we get the 2-star bonus? That is the question. We did. We did. So 110 is done. It is in the books. And we got an imprint. Random universal imprint. Ooh. Alright. Who will it be most impactful for? Let's see. 4 stars. So what would 5 be? Okay. This would be powerful. Extra 200 initial damage. That's Mordred's also pursues depending when an enemy is attacked by an ally. So it's 20% divinity increase. That's a good one. We don't know what that is. We don't need that per se. Initiative plus 20. Increase the duration of blaze by 2 turns instead. 20. Oh, so it was only for... Which faction was that for? this back up to go for the next hour. And we're just gonna let it farm. There we go. So we're just gonna let this farm. And that is, and we've now gotten one less two-star to do. Alright, a 4-star. Let's pause it there because I think that allows us to roll up Quetzalcoatl. So let's see if that's true. Yep, 5. 188 more, okay. 188 more. We will let it run. see what we get. Books, books, books. Books are heroes. Books are Legos. Books. Take 3 more books. There we are. Can we get a Lego or some tomes? see how many of our tomes we have left to get. Hmm. 60 and 65. Let's see. My drag has 15. Still, okay. Gets a total 12. Sphinx. Sphinx is 16. And now Pangu is 16. Perk 16. So, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1 more. Okay. One more 40. Set this to farm for the next hour, and we are going to wrap up the stream there because I won't force you to watch that, and I'm going to be stepping away for a little bit. So this will end the stream. We did some farming. We picked up 2 more Legos on our hero hunt, and got a bunch of tomes and got our legendary heroes booked out or are working on it. So that's all I'm going to offer for you today, but I bet you tonight, this evening, I will be in a position to try 142 and push again, so look for that. Thanks for sticking.